Okay, is that on?
It looks as though we're live on YouTube. Yes, Chair.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this remote meeting of the North and East Plans panel. My name is Councillor Kevin Ritchie, and I will be chairing today's meeting. The North and East Plans panel deals with applications from the North and East area of the city. The aim of the panel is to hear all the relevant information from applicants, members of the public, and council officers to help members of the panel make their decision. I would like to start the meeting today by confirming that the meeting of the North and East Plans panel meets the requirements of the council's constitution, even though members of the panel are in remote attendance. While items today will be fully discussed as is usual, remote attendance requires a few slight changes as to how I will manage the debate. Therefore, can all attendees mute their microphone unless I invite them to speak? This will avoid disruption from background noise. Can all participants please keep their cameras on during the meeting? However, it should be noted that if there are connectivity issues and the bandwidth is low, videos will cease to be shown and will be replaced by the participants' initials. All participants will be invited to introduce themselves at the start of the public session to make it clear to public observers who will be involved in proceedings. Members wishing to ask questions or make comments should do so by using the raise hands facility, and I think we're all au fait with that system now. When requesting your vote, I intend to systematically go around each panel member asking how they wish to vote, and I ask for your assistance and patience while I go through this process. So in order to avoid any disruption to the meeting, should I lose my internet connectivity, I propose that we appoint a deputy chair who could step in during my absence, should it occur. And I move that Councillor Elizabeth Nash is the deputy chair and invite another member to second that motion.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkins. I'll take a vote on that appointment and I'll assume your silence as approval. So if any objectors or abstainers want to make themselves known. All seems quiet, so I thank you for that, and thank you, Councillor Nash, again for agreeing to be deputy chair. And Councillor Nash did attend my briefing as well prior to the meeting, so thank you for that, because that takes up some of your valuable time and it is appreciated. So we'll go on to introductions now. So I will go through in alphabetical order, and please mute your microphone once you've introduced yourself. So first up is Councillor Anderson.
Councillor Barry Anderson, Adlin Wharfdale Ward.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Councillor Dawn Collins, Horsforth Ward.
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins.
Councillor David Jenkins, Kenningbeck and Seacroft Ward.
Thank you. Councillor Midgley.
Good afternoon. Councillor Morel Midgley from Kippax and Methley Ward.
Thank you. Councillor Nash.
Good afternoon. Councillor Elizabeth Nash, Hunslet and Riverside Ward.
And Councillor Sharp.
Good afternoon, Councillor Nicole Sharp, Temple Newsham Ward.
And last but not least, Councillor Smith.
Councillor Trish Smith, Pudgey Ward.
Thank you. And we shall move on to the officers now. So I'll start, and I'm going to just use your first name, Jonathan.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Carr, Head of Development Management.
David N. Next, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. David Newbury, Lead Planning Officer for the Plans Panel.
Thank you. David J, please. Is David with us yet? I think David might be here for the second item, so we'll pass over to Adam.
Hello, Adam Ward. I'm the North East team leader.
Thank you. Lisa.
Hello, Lisa Brannan, Principal Engineer, Highways Development Management.
Thank you. Nikki.
Chair, I'm not the lead lawyer.
Sorry, Pippa. I'm second lawyer in support today. It's being led by Pippa. I'll hand over to Pippa.
All right, Pippa, thank you.
Thank you. Pippa Plumtree-Varley, Principal Legal Officer and Lead Advisor to the panel today. And as you may have gathered, in the event that my connection fails, I'll be supported by Nikki Deal.
Okay, thank you. Jenna?
Yep, Jenna Riley, Principal Planner in the North East team. Thanks.
Thank you. Hannah?
Hannah Lucet, Principal Planning Officer in the East team.
Thank you. Richard?
Hello, afternoon. Yes, Richard Marsh, Nature Conservation Officer.
And Phil? Phil Ward?
You're on mute, Phil.
Forgive me. Phil Ward, Design and Conservation Team Leader and Acting Landscape Team Leader.
Thank you. And Debbie?
Thank you, Chair. Debbie Oldham, Governance Services, and I'm clerk to the panel.
Thank you. And we also have the District Valuer, Brian Maguire, who's attending for agenda item 8. Do you want to say hello, Brian? You're with us now?
Councillor, I think he's joining us later on.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much, everybody. So we can move on to the agenda. And if Debbie could go through items 1 to 5, please.
Thank you. So agenda item 1, there are no appeals against the refusal of inspection of documents. Agenda item 2, there is no exempt information. Item 3, there are no late items. Item 4, could I ask members to declare any disclosable pecuniary interests? I'll take silence as there are none. And agenda item 5, I've received no apologies, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So we move on to item number 6, which is the minutes of the previous meeting held on the 5th of November. So first of all, do members accept these minutes as a true and accurate record? And then we will go to matters, any matters arising. Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of small things. On the second item on the agenda, the applicant finally got round to explaining that there would be some soakaways within the red line boundary of the site. I just wonder whether officers could check that and make a note in the minutes, because I think it's important that it identifies that we're not reliant on land drains within the fields or just the dikes. And then the second thing on the agenda was for the third item, I unfortunately had to leave before that was discussed, but it's not recorded that I left. Thank you.
Okay, so there are a couple of matters there for corrections and accuracy. Are you happy to take those? David, you want to comment on the first point particularly?
No, that's fine, Chair. We can just pick up on that and correct the minutes accordingly.
Okay, thank you. So with those amendments, are we happy to accept that they're a true and correct record? And again, I'll assume from your silence that you agree to that. Okay, thank you everybody for that. Are there any other matters arising from the minutes? See no indications. So we'll move on. Thank you again to agenda item 7, which is an outline planning application for a residential development with all matters reserved except for access at the Rowans in Wetherby. And I think Jenna Riley is going to present the report. And I've got a big screen to my left, which will be your right, perhaps. So if you see me looking there, I'm not daydreaming. I'm looking at my big screen. Okay, over to you, Jenna.
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 points of update, really. One, we've had a late objection from a resident at number 22, the Rowans, which I'll point that out when we get to the relevant slide. And secondly, the Highways team have asked for a £10,000 contribution as part of the Section 106 to secure some parking restrictions along York Road, which that hasn't been reported. That isn't in the report, sorry, that's come out of a discussion this morning. So that's new to everyone, both the agent and members of the panel. So I just wanted to flag those 2 issues up at the beginning of the meeting, and I'll carry on with my presentation if that's all right. Next slide, please. So yeah, thank you. This application is seeks outline planning consent for residential development with all matters reserved except for access. The application is brought to Plans Panel for consideration, firstly as it represents the departure from the development plan, and secondly at the request of Wetherby Ward members who are concerned about a number of aspects of the scheme, including highway safety and flood risk. Next slide, please. This is an aerial photograph of the site. The application site is edged in red. The site is not located within the green belt. However, it is located in open countryside, which is safeguarded by Rural Land Policy RL1 within the UDP. The site comprises of 2 parcels of land separated by road. To the east of the site is the Young Offenders Institute and some residential properties known as the Rowans. To the south of the site, you've got the Wetherby Racecourse, and to the west of the site, you've got an area of hard standing which was previously used as a temporary hand car wash, but that permission has lapsed now, so the site is vacant. The site is separated from the main settlement of Wetherby via the A1M motorway and also the York Road flyover. You can see there clearly on the aerial. The majority of the site is located within flood zone 2, and there's a small section within flood zone 3, which we'll point out on a later slide. And next slide, please. This is a slide just for information, really. This is a useful slide as it shows the application in the wider context with the housing allocation HG2 226, which is land to the east of Wetherby. This is a site allocations plan allocation and city plans granted outline consent. I think I mentioned in the officer report it was North and East Plans Panel, but it was actually city plans that have recently granted consent for this. It's an outline permission for 800 homes with a 2-form entry school and a retail unit. To the left corner of this site, in the sort of grey area, there's another part of an allocation. Well, it's part of the same application, but it's a different site. So next slide, please. This is that smaller section of the allocation, which is in third-party ownership. So it's still part of the same allocation and the same development, but it's within a different land ownership. As you can see, there's an existing attenuation basin within this site, and these slides are purely indicative and just show how the site, wider site, sorry, could look when developed. Next slide, please. This is a comprehensive development plan. Again, it's indicative, but I thought it would be useful to highlight how this site links with the wider allocation. And you can see a number of footpaths, public right-of-way, bridle paths, and sort of green connections within the site, as well as the Young Offenders Institute. So I thought it would be useful just to highlight that, and I'll leave that there for now, and I'll just move on to the site photographs, please. Next slide. This is a photograph taken from the south of the site, from York Road. As you can see, the land has a very limited function in terms of rural land. It's largely just grassed over with minimal planting. It looks to have been left, just a sort of self-seed grass for quite a while. In the distance, you've got the houses, residential development, which is the Rowans. On the left here, you can see the tree line boundary, tree line western boundary. These trees will remain as part of the development. Next slide, please. This is looking to the east of the site. Again, you've got the residential houses that exist in the background. Beyond that, you've got the Young Offenders Institute and compound. You can see a bit of the highway, which isn't particularly in good quality. And again, you just get a good view of the site and see the lack of rural function on it. Next slide, please. This shows the A1M flyover. We're looking back in the direction of Wetherby here. You can see in the distance the little road sign just sort of advertising the public right of way or bridle path along here, and you can also see just the footpath just on one side of the highway. Next slide, please. This is a good photograph as it highlights the poor quality of the existing access road to the Rowans. Again, you can see the buildings associated with the Young Offenders Institute, the existing access coming, which comes in just in between the trees there, cars parked on the side associated with the Young Offenders Institute. I'll just highlight here, you can see a willow tree in the sort of to the left of the picture. The willow tree would be lost as a result of the indicative layout. It's a category C tree, but that's one of two trees that would be lost if the indicative layout was to be built out. Next slide, please. This is outside of the western boundary of the site. This is actually called Car Lane, and along here is a public right of way and bridle path. The tree, you can see the dense treed boundary on the right of the photograph, and on the left is the third party land that's not in ownership of the wider landowners, sort of Taylor Wimpey and Persimmon. This is a separate landowner, and this is where the hand car wash was, which has recently vacated the site. So I think what I wanted to highlight with these photographs is that there is development. The site is surrounded by development on two sides. Next slide, please. This is just another photograph looking back at the Young Offenders Institute and the current parking situation. And beyond that is the Wetherby Racecourse in the distance. Next slide, please. This is an indicative site layout plan. As you can see, the access would come in from York Road in between the trees. The access would be improved and the surfacing would be up to adoptable standards. Looking at this site plan, you can see there are 9, the indicative site plan shows 9 detached houses within the site with sort of traditional rectangular plots with gardens to the rear. The details submitted with the scheme show that it would be a small eco-development. The majority of the trees would remain. There's a small rowan tree at the very top of the site, which is a U category, which would be removed, and sort of to the right is the willow tree, which I highlighted in the earlier photograph. That's a category C. The landscape team have no objections to the loss of these trees, and the scheme is expected to meet the 3-for-1 tree replacement policy. The landscape team have highlighted that a future scheme would be expected to deliver good pedestrian links with the wider public right-of-way network, and this would be picked up at reserve matters stage. In terms of ecology, the site has been assessed using the DEFRA biodiversity metric. The proposals are able to deliver 1.73 biodiversity units on the site, but a further 1.02 units would be required off-site to gain the necessary 10% overall net gain to habitats after development. And the council are willing to accept an off-site contribution for this of £24,480 via a legal agreement. And we have got our ecology officer attending the meeting. So if we need to have further discussions on that after the presentation, we can take questions. Next slide, please. And as the application seeks outline consent with all matters reserved except for access, I thought I'd finish with the slide showing what's proposed in terms of the access. So the access will be taken from York Road. The internal road would be rebuilt to adoptable standards and widened with footpaths on each side. The speed limit would be limited to 20 miles an hour, and the bus stop would be upgraded and an informal crossing introduced. Matters relating to the internal layout, such as cycle storage, parking, garaging, that would be controlled by condition and would be considered at reserve matter stage when we know more about the layout. So the 9 houses that you see on the site are indicative, and the highways team don't have any objections to this proposal, to the proposed access, subject to conditions. So just to summarise then, the proposal would develop an area of rural land which is designated in the UDP and as such represent a departure from the development plan. However, as seen in the photographs, this land has a very limited functionality as rural land, and this is not expected to change in the future. And therefore the proposal is not considered to harm the openness of the countryside and undermine the policy in any way. The site is already bound with urbanising development to the east, to the west, and the wider allocation to the north is expected to be built out in the very near future. So the site does have a unique relationship with both existing and future development. Obviously the development would bring forward a modest amount of new housing and secure access improvements which meet adoptable standards and achieve a biodiversity net gain of 10%. Wider benefits of the proposal include infill development of this part of Wetherby and greater opportunities to enhance the pedestrian links and integrate with the wider public right-of-way network, which in turn would be beneficial to future occupiers in terms of health and well-being and just enjoying access to the countryside. And there aren't any other sites which provide the linkages and connectivity offered in this instance between Wetherby Town Centre and the wider allocation. So the officer recommendation is that members are asked to defer and delegate approval of planning permission to the chief officer, subject to the conditions in the panel report, the completion of a legal agreement to secure off-site biodiversity gain contribution of £24,480, and also the £10,000 contribution for the parking restrictions along York Road, and the conditions. So that's essentially the scheme in a summary.
Okay, thank you for that, Jenna. Really good presentation for members. We do have speakers wishing to speak in objection to the application, and we've got Councillor Norma Harrington, one of the local ward councillors, and Peter Caton. I hope I pronounced that right, Peter. So if you'd like to introduce yourselves first of all, this will be off clock. So just tell us who you are, etc., what links you have to this area perhaps. And then you have 4 minutes between you. I think you've agreed to divide that up amongst yourselves. And as I say, we'll start with introductions, then when you're ready to go, I think Pam will start the clock for us. So shall we take Councillor Harrington first of all on the introduction?
Good afternoon, Chair and panel members. My name's Norma Harrington. I'm the ward member for one of the ward members for Wetherby Ward. Live in the town, and I'm very well acquainted with this area. And I have
Thank you.
Peter Caton with me this afternoon as well.
Peter, it's Caton, is it? Right, sorry.
I'm Peter Caton. I'm Vice Chairman of Wetherby Civic Society. I'm well acquainted with this area, having walked around it many times in arguing against the whole racecourse approach development, which Jenna heavily talked about there.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm a resident of Wetherby as well, and I've lived here for 40 years.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, Norma, when you're ready,
Okay,
please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair and panel members. I'd like to make 2 points, if I may. Firstly, relating to Leeds site allocations plan, and secondly, the access to the site from York Road. The Rowan site is not included in the site allocation plans, and as such is a windfall site. It'll be easy for the landowner and officers to declare this outline permission for only 9 houses, but that's not the point. It's permission for another 9 houses on top of the 1,100 that are already proposed for the racecourse approach development next door, and the ones that have already been built on Spofford Hill. The Outer North East and Wetherby Ward have already taken their fair share of developments under the site allocations plan. We don't need to add to that with sites that were not included in the first place. I would suggest it's about time that other areas stepped up to their obligations to deliver, Wetherby has already done its bit and will continue to do so. And it ought to be asked, why was this not included in the plan in the first place? So what has changed to make it viable now? I'd also like to speak about access to the site. I fear this may become an accident waiting to happen, despite it being in a 30-mile-an-hour zone, which then verges onto a 40-mile-an-hour zone. And it's very close to the edge of the town and much closer to the Young Offender Institute. Whatever highways officers might say, I have no doubt that cars regularly exceed the speeds there, as in, I've actually witnessed it myself. And there are many staff, there are over 200 staff and then visitors coming in and out of the Young Offender Institute on a daily basis. So that access road is just next to the turning for the Young Offender Institute, and there is nowhere else for them to access that facility. In Wetherby, we've had to accept and be pragmatic about the number of houses allocated via the SAP, and we do see a need for more affordable housing and housing for older people and first-time buyers in our town. But what we don't need is another executive development of large 4- and 5-bedroom houses that will each end up with 3 cars per house, causing more congestion on York Road. It's not a sustainable development, and not for the climate and not for Wetherby, and as such should be refused. Thank you. Peter.
Hi, Peter. Just unmute yourself. I did mute you while Councillor Harrington was speaking. So when
Sorry,
you're
I didn't
ready.
realise you've done that. Yes, in addition to what's already been said, just remember the site is totally within flood levels 2 and 3. The Environment Agency initially objected to the application because of this and has only withdrawn its objection, subject to conditions such as the floor level being raised and other measures such as raised electrical systems. It was referred to a sequential assessment claimed there's no other site a lower flood risk zone which provides the linkages to Wetherby. That's ignoring the fact that there's a large plot of adjacent land which was touched upon with a capacity for over 60 houses, which is not in the flood zone at all, and it's not applied for planning permission, and it's available for purchase now. So you can forget that as far as it. When it's referring to that nice layout of what was going to be there, can I say that's the Taylor Wimpey plan, and Taylor Wimpey do not own that land, and that land is for sale, and who knows, it may never be developed if the owners do not wish to take up the allocation. Also touching on it, Officer claims in her conclusions that the site would enhance connectivity and pedestrian linkages with a wider housing allocation. But on the 15th of June, she said that the application shows a layout which turns its back on that allocation, and it appears that no linkages are proposed through the development onto the allocated land, which would mean that access to any of the services and facilities provided as part of the larger development on the allocated site. Residents of these new dwellings would need to come onto the York Road and then back into the allocated site via one of its accesses. The nearest of one is likely to be half a mile away by road. So saying it connects up with site is absolute nonsense. Can I also point out to you, Leeds has a 7.2 supply of approved land. Wetherby is going to increase with already approved things by 1/3. The population of Wetherby houses in Wetherby will increase by 1/3. And in conclusion, can I say this proposed site is on flood risk land. It was excluded from the original SAP. It will not connect with the SAP site, and is for housing that's not required in Wetherby. Obviously, clear ground for refusing this application, and we urge the panel to do so.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the warning on the time, Pam. I do always give people the opportunity to finish the sentence, which Peter did. Thank you. And I will grant the same privilege to the speakers in favour, the applicants. Okay, so thank you for that, Peter and Councillor Harrington. We now have an opportunity for members to ask you both questions. So I will remind people to use the raised hands facility, and I will ask you if I see them in the order they come, or you'll all get your turn anyway. So I see Councillor Collins first of all.
Thank you, Chair. This probably should have been a question for officers, but I think the the objectors can probably answer it as well. The area that used to be the car wash, has that actually got planning permission then, or is that just a derelict site at the moment? And on the car wash side, and also the proposed Taylor Wimpey design, how much of that is in floodplain as well? Have Taylor Wimpey avoided the floodplain, or have they been cheeky about it as well?
Can I, Nora, may I answer this? The land to the west and the north with the car wash, it belongs to somebody who's willing to sell it. As of a couple of weeks ago, it had not been sold. It has not applied for planning permission. The diagram you saw was one devised by Taylor Wimpey to try and persuade the Leeds City Plans panel to accept their Taylor Wimpey application. And if these people want to build, they can buy it from them now. The main allocation, all of it is outside of flooded areas, other than a southern bit on the right, on the far side of the Young Offenders Institute. And only a small amount is there, and they're not going to build on that bit of land. I hope that's answered your question.
Can I just add that where the car wash is, Councillor Collins, no, as far as we haven't had any notification, unless Jenna might know differently about any applications to do anything there. But we do know that the planning was refused for them to carry on using it as a car wash.
Can you just clarify as well, Norma? So the Taylor Wimpey design, does that have outline planning permission, or is that in the SAP? Where are we with that?
It's in the SAP, and they're going through consultation with various local groups at the moment, and outline planning application will be submitted. Jenna may well, or Paul, Adam Ward might know more on that one. He may be able to comment on the absolute latest on that, but we are in discussions with Taylor Wimpey on a local community basis at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
May I also add to that? Can I also add to that? That
you can, yeah.
It has not been made clear to you. Taylor Wimpey, that will take about 15 years to build out, and yet I heard the officers say it would shortly be built, and they're going to start furthest away on the eastern end of the whole racecourse approach. So it won't get anywhere near this planned thing for the one we're discussing now. That whole Taylor Wimpey development won't get anywhere near it for at least 10 years.
Okay, there's just been a couple of points there. I'm just going to bring the officers in if they just want to clarify anything. David, rather than hand over to officers' questions while we're on it, David, if you want to bring anything to the table to help.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just thought to just pick up, it might be helpful to pick up 1 or 2 points. One, Councillor Harrington mentioned about this being an application for 9 houses. Just to be clear, that this is an outline application for residential development. The illustrative plan shows 9 houses, but they're not actually restricting themselves to 9 houses. So with that in mind, if we get to a position, and I appreciate this is a long way away because the members have got to have the debate, but members just need to bear that in mind once they get into the debate, because if we end up with a resolution to grant planning permission, it might be wise just to add conditions about if it were to hit the revised reserve matter scheme, were to hit the triggers for affordable housing and green space, for example, that we add a condition on that reserves and protects our position to require the appropriate provision for those matters to be delivered as part of this development. So sorry, I hope I've been clear. It's illustrative for 9. It's not restricted to 9. They haven't applied for up to 9. If they go 10 or above, they'll be liable for affordable housing, green space, etc., or potentially for those. Therefore, we ought to reserve our position and add conditions to safeguard that we can deliver on those matters. The other matter that I think we just need to be careful about is on the use of the language in terms of floodplain and flood zones, because technically they do have different meanings. Floodplain is different to flood zones, which is land liable to flooding. You may get the highest category of flood zone, 3B, which is categorized as floodplain, which is actually land which is there to flood. But 3A and 3.2, zone 2 are not technically floodplains. We just need to be careful in terms of the language that we use there. Thank you, Chair. It might be that Adam can best explain where we are with regard to the SAP. Sorry, not the SAP, the application for the SAP site.
Yeah, Chair, if I just come in there just to provide clarification on factual points, and I know we're not on the section on officers, questions for officers, but if you want me to at this point just to point out the facts, then I'll certainly do that. In terms of the car wash, which is the land to the west, that's part of the allocation. It's within a separate land ownership. We did have a planning application back in 2018, which we granted as a car wash, a temporary car wash for 12 months. We realised that we wanted to promote business opportunities, but we're also conscious of the site being allocated. So on that basis, we granted a permission for 12 months, upon which that ended on February of this year. The applicant subsequently put in another application to extend that, and we refused that. My last site visit of the site indicated that there was no car wash activity taking place on the site. So that hasn't got planning permission at the moment. They don't appear to be on the land, so there's no breach of planning control. In terms of the largest part of the ownership within the allocation, which is controlled by Taylor Wimpey, City Plans Panel resolved to grant outline planning permission with 3 access points on Racecourse approach back in August of this year. So that's got a positive resolution from panel, subject to the completion of a legal agreement and imposition of conditions. And the latest position is that we are just finalising the bits and pieces within the Section 106 agreement and conditions with a view to getting that signed and outline planning permission granted. In parallel with that, the applicants are carrying out some pre-application submission with the local community in the form of the Wetherby Better Partnership Group, the Civic Society, ward members, etc., in advance of the submission of a future reserve matter. So outline plan permission has almost been granted. It's been endorsed by a city panel, and hopefully that provides a factual basis upon which members can make a decision today.
Thank you. That's helpful in augmenting the answers to Councillor Collins' question. So thanks for that. Councillor Anderson next.
Thank you, Chair. What my question is relates to the neighbourhood plan comment on page 27. In particular, can either of the two, either Norma or Peter, give clarification on what policy H2 says within the neighbourhood plan and what policy D2 actually states within the neighbourhood? It references them, but it doesn't say and explain the relevance that they've got and what weight are subsequently being put on them. I'm more interested probably on D2, the connectivity, because one of the issues I think we've got is how you're going to get across the main road, 40-mile-an-hour road, and how you're going to walk into or cycle in to Wetherby. So can you add and explain to the panel what policies H2 and D2, not necessarily say word for word, but the essence of what they are and why we should be paying more attention to the neighbourhood plan?
Sorry, Councillor Anderson, I haven't got a copy of the neighbourhood plan here just at the minute, I'm afraid. And I can't get access.
Because what I'm trying to prove is, what did you say about connectivity when the neighbourhood plan was being coming up? What sort of suggestions were you making, and also about the quality and layout, just to give us a flavour?
Yeah, no, that's fine. Well, with lots of 2.5 years work on the neighbourhood plan and lots of community engagement in it, we were always of the opinion that anything on the other side of the A1M was not linkable and connectable with the town of Wetherby. Unfortunately, that decision was overruled by the SAP, and we've now got the racecourse approach approval, as Adam Ward has outlined. So we are there. We are still of the opinion that it's not connected, and it is going to be extremely difficult to find any solution to that, because you have got to cross a 6-lane motorway. There's no way around that. And the only access at the moment across that is the flyover bridge, which hurtles from a 40-mile-an-hour zone outside the Young Offender Institute, heading towards Wetherby. You go over the bridge and then you're straight into a 30-mile-an-hour zone on the other side, which causes major problems for people walking and for all the children that presumably will be walking to local schools. There's also the issue of the distance with the distance from this site, as well as the other site, to the nearest school, which will have to be used before the school on this site ever became forward. So our opinion is that it is not connected and it's not able to connect it. So we still think that it's unsustainable and unviable. And a planning inspector has obviously decided otherwise. But that was as far as the neighbourhood plan were concerned, we were very focused on everything that was in Wetherby should be within that natural boundary that was there, which was the 6-lane motorway around that side of the town. The bit about the different styles of housing and types of housing, etc., is there's already going to be a major mix of housing types and styles on the Taylor Wimpey site. Never mind the Persimmon site, which is the one at the top end of the site, and then any other that gets allocated if the current landowners actually sell the bottom part. So we could be looking at 9, 10, or even 11 different styles of housing in that one area, which is going to be really confusing and quite messy, I think. So hopefully that answers your question, Councillor Anderson.
May I add to that?
You can. Go ahead, yes, Peter. Yeah. Peter wants to add something to it, so please do.
It's already been touched upon. One of the biggest problems with the 1100 house allocation in SAP, which was raised at the planning application for the 800, is that the children from that allocation and from the Rowans to get to school will go to St James, which in Wetherby, which is on the other side of the York Road. They're therefore going to have to cross the York Road, which is a busy road, and there's also that humpback bridge to get over. There's no crossing point, so they'll have to run across that road. And I originally was going to put in, but I haven't got time to do it. This is a point of argument that's still going on with Taylor Wimpey, and I think Adam will agree with Leeds City Council that in our opinion, and everybody's opinion, it's a dangerous road. And one of those, the Leeds Highways have not argued against this one because they didn't argue against the 800 houses one. But at a recent meeting, when we asked question was asked of the Highways Authority, would you let your child cross this road? She did not give an answer. Cross this road unaccompanied, she would not give an answer.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Anderson, is that your question done with? Your hand is still up.
Oh, sorry, that I am happy. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Jenkins followed by Councillor Nash.
Hi, yes, I've only got 2 points. One, is it really going to take 15 years to build these 800 houses or 1100 houses in the SAP site? And when would the school be built within that allocation? And secondly, because that might overall have an impact on the population and the needs of the area. And secondly, on race days, are there any potential traffic controls because obviously when racing ever comes back, it probably does increase the amount of traffic in the area. And so in that access to the Rowan area, would there be any traffic controls or any traffic controls anywhere along that site, along that road?
Can I answer that one, Chair?
Yeah.
The question about the school build out And the 15 years, I think, was probably better for the officers, because I'm sure Adam will have a much better idea of that than I do. But they are saying, I mean, the one on Spofford Hill, which is half the size of this site, was suggested that it would take 7 years to build out. So you've kind of looked at, if that's the number of houses you're looking at, it may well be 15 years before the whole site is completed. We are under the impression, unless Adam knows differently, that the school would not, but the land would be given right at the outset, but it's unlikely that the school will be built until probably 200 or 300 houses had actually been built and occupied, because they wouldn't have enough kids to actually support it. And the other bit about the roadway outside, there have been one fatal accident last year, just before Christmas, at the last race meeting on the York Road itself, because people do park along the verges, and even though there are double yellow lines partly along outside the Young Offender Institute, but cars do park then, and it's more the fact that minibuses and taxis come along to pick people up as they've come out of the racecourse. So there are all sorts of problems associated with traffic and pedestrian safety when there's a race day on, and especially the winter races when it's dark. So that is a major concern to people in that area. Thank you for the question, Councillor Jenkins.
Can I just add to that? I quoted 15 years, and I'm saying 15 years as being not an unreasonable assumption, because they do well to sell 80 a year. That's 800 houses, that's 10 years. They haven't even started building it yet. So you're talking something to 12 to 15 years. And as I said earlier, they're starting furthest away from this site. So it'll be at least 10 years before they get anywhere near the site.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll let officers pick that up in officers' questions. Is
Thank
that
you.
okay for you, Councillor Jenkins?
Yes, I think it raises some issues that might need dealing with. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Nash next.
Yes, well, firstly, you might not like this question, but are you aware that your former colleague, John Proctor, agreed this site, the major site, to be included in the SAP? That's question one. So it was put into the SAP. I've heard all these arguments at City Plans panel. Would you be satisfied if a new speed limit was put on York Road? Would you be satisfied if a pedestrian crossing was provided across York Road? Because as a City Plans panel, I can assure you, I will be asking for that when we get the detailed application. At the moment, it's just outline. Now, I've heard all about the distance to the school and the crossing of York Road. It is not uncommon that children do have to cross bridges, do have to go under passes. I've got 4 in my own ward where children cross. Perhaps, so would you accept that if the road is made as safe as possible, that it is a reasonable request that children walk to school in Wetherby?
Can I answer that? There's 2 bits to that. Can I answer your first one? Yes, I'm appalled that my representative put that whole area into the site allocation plan, and it's disgraceful that he did so. And I do know he did it. The second thing is, I am delighted to hear you say that you're pushing for a pedestrian crossing, because so far Taylor Wimpey and others are refusing to do so. And at long last, I'm delighted to hear that somebody is listening to the people in Wetherby. The speed limit is always going to be a problem, because you come out of Wetherby over that bridge and you think you're into the country, because even when there's going to be houses on that side, on the other side of the road, there's the race course. So you're thinking you're coming out into the country and you speed up. I'm sorry, you do. As far as parking along there is concerned, the other difficult problem, which I'm sure Norma will agree with, that your Young Offenders Institute gathers visitors from a long way away to visit their relatives in that prison. And unfortunately, they park on that road. If they're going to be stopped from parking there, where are they going to park? Norma?
Yeah. Thank you. No, Councillor Nash, Mr. Proctor was well before my time, I'm afraid, so I'm not aware of what he's been doing. The speed limit and the crossing we are looking at those under the Section 106 agreements and the other discussions that the officers are having with Taylor Wimpey at the moment. But it's still this fact that they're putting even more houses. It was bad enough for people in Wetherby to stomach the fact that the site allocations process went through, despite all the arguments that we made at the processes, and that they ended up with it's a maximum of 1,100 houses on those other sites, the joint site. And then to say, oh, by the way, we're going to shove another infill site in as well. It really is taking the mickey out of the people in Wetherby, and they're still very unhappy about the decision for the racecourse approach. But to then say, by the way, you're now going to have another load of houses, and I accept what Mr. Newbury said, that yes, the indicative thing is 9 houses, but there's nothing to say that they couldn't make them all into semis or terraces in the end, and we might end up with 20 or 30 houses on that site. So I'm still saying no, that I don't think it's an appropriate site. Very nice if we can come to the agreements about the traffic moderations and changes, but that will be under the process that we're going through with Taylor Wimpey on the other site anyway. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Just before I bring Councillor Collins in, I'm assuming that the point made about Mr. Proctor now, the former Councillor Proctor, is a factual comment, but he's obviously not here to speak against that or for it. So I think we just caveat that. And if the officers would like to clarify whether that, not necessarily now, but whether that is a factual point or any legal implications of making that in the public domain, if there's any legal implications, do let us know, Philippa. But I'll bring Dawn Collins while you're just thinking about that. Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I've just had a flick through the Wetherby neighbourhood plan. I haven't read it, I'm flicking through it. It doesn't seem to highlight the area that's on our agenda today. What have the town council actually thought about what this small piece of land should be used for if it isn't housing? Because it will be surrounded by housing if Taylor Wimpey get their way. Has anyone actually reviewed what that piece of land could be used for instead?
Councillor Collins, the situation with the neighbourhood plan was, as I said before, that we will look at everybody's opinion was that Wetherby should be bounded by the 6-lane motorway, because that's what it is. It's a huge motorway, and when you look at the map, that's the natural boundary that's there. You've got the river on the other side, and then you've got the A58, and then you've got the motorway. So nobody was considering that you were going to be building anything else out there. It's being a green field for as long as anybody can remember. The other land around the Young Offender Institute, which is what the Rowans originally were, prison service houses. So some of that land was originally owned by the Home Office, and then they've presumably sold it back to the original landowners. I don't know, because it's a long time ago. But yes, there was a car wash there. The Young Offender Institute, as Mr. Catton pointed out, it serves a third of the country, really, because there are only 7 young offender institutes nationally in England. So young men come from all over the place, and that means their families, their solicitors, their probation officers, their care workers, all sorts of people come to carry out visits there. And the prison does not have any more land at all available to build any more car parking on. So if there was going to be a suggestion about a use of anything, I would suggest that it would be better to be an overflow car park for the prison rather than more housing, which those cars will already be visiting the prison. So you're going to put them into a car park rather than having another 20, 30, 40 cars that are going to be coming out of that junction.
Chair, can I just come back on that?
Can.
How does land ownership work then? Does the government still own the piece that's been developed, is that in the same ownership as the people who've got the prison? No.
No.
So the prison would have to purchase that piece of land. If it was to
Yes.
go to that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. No, thank you.
Okay, any more questions, members, for our speakers? I see no hands. Just one question from me. It's probably more for Councillor Harrington. You talked about the access and the accidents and your concerns over the speed. Have any, and you did talk about a fatality, which I'm very sorry to hear about last year. Have you had any speed surveys undertaken? And is there anything in the planning anyway for that road, bearing in mind the excess speeds that you speak of and the accident history?
Yeah, the police are actually looking at doing that at the moment. They've been reassessing their issues with that road because they are called out fairly regularly to minor bumps as well, where people have sustained maybe whiplash or whatever. But after the fatality, they were particularly concerned about the safety of that road. And there are discussions, I think, with highways to put up some speed monitoring to see what's going on there. It's been an ongoing issue for many, many years in that area.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Thank you.
So that's your work here is done, Councillor Harrington and Peter Catton. Thank you very much. So I just asked you now, you've finished speaking, and just please keep quiet. If there are things you object to, you'll have to rely on the members to bring them out in the questions going forward. So thanks again for your presentation and answering those questions. Question for Philippa. Are we happy with the comments about Mr. Proctor? I don't want to be getting any letters.
Yes, Chair. I mean, the site allocation plan is obviously allocations within the site are widely debated and go through a very rigorous examination process by the council before there's then adoption, and it will have been no different with any allocation in Wetherby or any other area. So that's a situation regardless of what councillor or member proposes. It all goes through that thorough examination process. You know, that's been put out there as a statement today that it was down to Mr. Proctor, but that's, you know, actually that's just a summarization by the person that made that suggestion today. It can't be a defamatory statement because I don't think it was a statement made here today in malice, and certainly it's not been made on the council's behalf.
Yeah, I'm sure it's factually correct because ward members do influence and, you know, propose the sites during the site allocation process. So thank you for that. So we move on now to the applicant, supporter of the applicant, and on behalf of the applicant, we have Lucy Stevenson, who is the agent, and you've also got 4 minutes to speak, Ms. Stevenson. And we also have Stuart Baker, who is available for technical questions. So hello to you, Stuart. So Lucy, once again, I'll grant you, when you hear the beeps, just finish your sentence, please, as I allowed the objectors. So when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Lucy Stevenson. I'm a senior planner at Savills, and I act on behalf of the applicant in respect of this application. I'm also joined on the line by Stuart Baker from Curtains. Stuart's involvement in the project has been in relation to flood risk mitigation, and he's available to answer any questions on this matter. I won't repeat in detail what is already contained within the thorough officer's report. Instead, I will focus on the key salient points. The application is made in outline to confirm the principle of locating a residential development of circa 9 dwellings on the site, and all matters have been reserved with the exception of access. The proposals before you have followed best practice from the outset and have been shaped by extensive pre-application discussions with Leeds City Council over the course of the year prior to submission. These discussions confirmed that the principle of development would be acceptable. Our client has taken the climate change emergency in Leeds extremely seriously, to the extent where, as part of the pre-application discussions, we spent time with our architect to understand a range of options for the site before presenting these to Leeds City Council. Together with the council, we decided that the optimum solution would be an application providing a framework for the delivery of circa 9 low-carbon eco-homes. The vacant site is located in between the existing Young Offenders Institute and the planned Wetherby urban extension known as Swinnow Park, which is allocated within the Leeds SAP for 800 plus new homes. The majority of this allocated site was granted planning permission at City Plans Panel in August 2020. The application must therefore be viewed in the changing context of this area. The site does not lie within the Greenbelt. Instead, it is historically designated rural land, and in its current context, it performs poorly against the functions of rural land which are outlined in the UDP. As such, the proposals are more akin to windfall infill development. Throughout the determination of the application, all technical considerations have been thoroughly assessed by the statutory consultees, who in all cases have confirmed that there are no technical objections to the proposals. A significant amount of work has been undertaken regarding flood risk and drainage to support these proposals. We've undertaken independent flood risk modelling of the site, as well as a sequential assessment which concludes that there are no sites in a lower flood risk zone which provide the same level of connectivity between the allocated site and Wetherby Town Centre, thus improving the overall sustainability. The EA and the LLFA have agreed with these conclusions through the course of the application, and conditions have been imposed. Confirmation of access is sought through this application. The proposals seek to use the existing access, upgrading it to an adoptable standard. The Council Highways Department has confirmed that the proposals are acceptable and that the traffic generated from an additional 9 dwellings will have no significant impact on the existing highway network. As a final point, MPPF paragraph 68 outlines the role that small and medium-sized sites can play in meeting the housing need, with a requirement of at least 10% in local plans. It's exactly this type of non-greenbelt windfall site that the planning system should be promoting. In summary, this is a positive, regenerative proposal which presents the opportunity to deliver up to 9 low-carbon, sustainable dwellings in this area of Wetherby, enhancing links to the major growth planned. The principle of development is established and there are no outstanding objections from statutory consultees, and as such we respectfully request that the committee determines the application in accordance with the officer's positive recommendation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that, Lucy. We can move straight on to questions, and it is Councillor Anderson first, then Councillor Collins.
Just a quick one. Lucy, when she was talking about why this is a good development, referenced the fact that highways have acknowledged that 9 dwellings don't cause any great concerns. Well, we heard the officer saying earlier on that we don't know, it definitely is 9. Is Lucy confirming that it is 9, a maximum of 9, or was that just a comment that she made in order to reference the fact that highways were happy and she happened to mention it was 9 properties?
So the application is made for residential development. We have planned it so far on the basis of it being 9. So the indicative site plans that we've presented are for 9 dwellings. But we do acknowledge that that is to be determined at reserve matter stage. And of course, it'll be reassessed at that stage to accord with the proposals being submitted.
So can I just come back just on, so on that basis then, you don't know whether or not if you increase the number of houses, whether highways would then have some concerns at this stage. You don't know whether they would or wouldn't have any concerns.
We've assessed it on the basis of 9, so we can demonstrate that on the basis of 9 dwellings, there are no concerns.
Okay, we could probably pick that up with officers. Councillor Anderson, I imagine you plan to do that. Councillor Collins and Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 3 questions. I'm not a flood risk expert, but you say that there are no other sites with as good a connectivity that are in a lower flood risk. But there is, isn't there? Because there's a Taylor Wimpey site right next door. So I'm not quite sure how you can justify that statement. So a little bit of explanation behind that would be useful. The second thing is, unfortunately, we weren't able to do site visits. So I'm just following the plan a little bit. But why have you got the entrance to the site where it is? Why not move it further away from the flyover, to where there looks like there's already an existing entrance, because that would probably make it safer that you haven't got cars coming over that brow of that hill straight onto a junction. If it was further away, then that might be a little bit better, if that's a possibility. And then finally, have you had any discussions with Taylor Wimpey about looking at the whole site, your part as well as their site, in collaboration? I know we had a site in Horsforth where there were two sites brought forward, very similar time, Riverside Mills and the Clarion Development site. And planning officers proposed and suggested and finally insisted that those two sites be looked at as one, because otherwise you don't know whether the changes in one site are having an impact on the other one. It needs to be looked more holistically. So those are my three questions. Clean explain about the flood risk statement, the entrance, can it not be further away from the flyover? And what discussions have you had with Taylor Wimpey, please?
Yeah, so we have, I'll start with the connections with the wider allocation first. We've approached Taylor Wimpey in the past, and they don't look at sites as small as this one here. So the application site is completely a different red line outside of any involvement with Taylor Wimpey. That's the reason it hasn't been brought forward as one wider site. Given the size, it's considered to be immaterial. With regard to the access, we are proposing to utilise the existing access. There's been no objections from highways on the grounds of safety, and I do believe that the current access point is actually the furthest point within our land ownership that we could physically achieve access from the flyover. With regard to the flood risk, the connectivity point is our site. There are no sites which are closer to the planned growth at Swinnow Park, which are in are available for housing. So the connectivity is to both the proposed housing site to the northeast and also to Wetherby Town Centre itself.
Can I come back, Chair?
You can.
Yeah, I'm just still concerned about this flood risk thing. You're splitting hairs, really, aren't you? I mean, you're only talking about a few hundred yards difference. We're not talking about a mile or 2 miles. So, you know, we could argue that the site where the car wash is actually closer to the Wetherby Town Centre because it's further to the west. I don't quite see your argument as to why your site is the only site that meets those connectivity criteria.
So the work that's been undertaken so far with regard to flood risk, the extensive flood risk modelling and the sequential assessment have been undertaken over the course of a year prior to the submission of this application. The LLFA and the EA have both agreed that the assessments that were submitted are robust, and they have agreed that this is a suitable site for housing on that basis.
I think that's probably more of a point for officers, isn't it, about this sequential test, because this site, this is the only site you own, this applicant. So it's not necessarily relevant, I don't think, them building on another site. It's what's being granted permission, isn't it? So a matter for officers, I'd say.
Can
Do
I
you want to come?
I'll also add, you mentioned the car wash site, and that is also actually part of the wider allocation as well.
But not in your ownership.
No.
No.
Correct.
Councillor Collins, do you want to come back?
No, happy for us to bring that up with officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, but I'm coming back on flood risk again, if I may. So your flood risk modelling, was that done based on 1,100 homes being on the neighbouring greenfield sites and all of the associated drainage that will leave that site? Because obviously, as we know, water finds its own level and goes somewhere. So you probably will, well, the officers will tell me there's tanks and things on there, but did your flood risk modelling take that into account is number one. My other query to you really is, you talk about a low carbon eco home, yet you can't meet the full 10% biodiversity on the site. So how do you class it as an eco development when you can't reach the biodiversity on the actual site, please? Thank you.
Thanks. I'll allow Stuart Baker to answer the flood risk question. He's the technical specialist in that regard. I'll pick up on the eco homes point. So what we've tried to do is provide a framework for eco homes, and as part of that, we've outlined that there could be reducing carbon emissions, reducing energy demand. We've included 4 electric vehicle charging points for each dwelling. We have considered building fabric, which conserves energy. Heating and power generation on site is also another potential. There's also site design to maximise daylight and measuring energy efficiency. We've also got cycle parking, and green roofs have been suggested as part of the proposals as well. So with regard to energy efficiency, we have provided a framework for how these houses could be delivered in a way to be as energy efficient as possible. The biodiversity net gain point, we've had a lot of negotiation with the council about this specifically. We've done everything we can on site to deliver as much of a gain in biodiversity terms as possible. We've got about 15 metres, I believe it is, of green space in a strip down the western boundary of the site. This is additional tree planting and just generally green landscaped area. Unfortunately, we weren't able, despite the lower density development you've got in front of you, we weren't able to demonstrate the full biodiversity net gain, which is why we have agreed to an off-site contribution to make up for it.
Okay, Mr. Baker, are you coming in on, Stuart, coming in on?
I am, yeah, and I can confirm the answer is no. No kind of allowance was made for the development to the north in the flood modelling because there was no need to. The Sand Beck flows from the south to the north. It's the runoff from the race course, and adjacent, the Beck runs along York Road, then it's culverted through the Young Offenders Institute and then heads northwards through the Taylor Wimpey allocated site. And the modelling is all, the resultant flood zones are all to do with the choke of the culvert through the Young Offenders and the blockage scenarios that are on there. There's no influence of the land to the north on that flood risk zoning. And I'd also like to point out that the sites we're looking at are, other than a tiny little sliver, which is in flood zone 3, 99% of the site area is flood zone 2, which is a 1 in 1,000 year risk. And we're just getting that very small track of flood zone 3 across the smaller element of the site. And that's all to do with the blockages scenario where the water runs down the road and into the site area. If that helps.
Okay,
Thank
Councillor
you.
Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Stuart, and thank you, Lucy. So there's obviously there's then an off-site contribution towards the biodiversity. So where is that going to go in relation to this site? Because obviously, you know, you've got to consider that the people of Wetherby have lost an awful lot of their green field, green site. I mean, all right, it's on SAP, etc. But they are going to lose, another portion. And equally, the people who would live on that site are looking for a more rural location, aren't they? That's probably why it was chosen in the first place. So to take this away as well is it's a loss for the new site. It's a loss for the people of Wetherby. It's a loss for the Young Offenders Institute. So whereabouts in what radius is that extra money or that extra to biodiversity going to go? That extra money be spent?
If it's okay, I'll defer that one to officers.
Okay, yeah, I think that is a matter for our officers. Any further questions? Councillor Jenkins. Is that yours complete, Councillor Smith? Yes, Councillor Jenkins.
Okay, 2 points probably. One is about the viability of the project. If you possibly include in the eco scheme the need to maybe include heat pumps and or hydrogen boilers, which is a question mark, from 2023, and whether you'd think about including that at this stage, given the cost involved of not having gas boilers in the scheme. So the second point is about when you mentioned about the 9 dwellings not having a particularly significant effect on highways, with the cumulative effect of the extra 9 dwellings plus the Wimpy development plus the Young Offenders Institution plus the race days all cumulatively have an effect and certainly require further expenditure and funding of traffic solutions.
So with regard to the heat pumps, that would be a matter which was determined at reserve matters, and the viability of that is not something that we would look at through the course of this outline application. For the cumulative impact of the traffic, I again would hopefully defer that one to officers. I'm assuming that when they looked at the scheme, they would have looked at it in the context of the wider allocation site. I think also there's the 10k contribution that Jenna mentioned to improve the road network in this location.
Okay, so officers will pick those questions up, Councillor Jenkins. Is there any more questions from anybody else? No, I have certainly a question, and it relates to the indicative number that you present. Now, I'm conscious of Councillor Harrington and Peter Catton's comments about the concerns about, and Councillor Jenkins, the cumulative effect of more numbers. However, I'm just conscious that the 9 that is in the report indicatively, and you've referred to a couple of times, is just significant in that it's just below the threshold that triggers a number of contributions in terms of green space, affordable housing, climate change, and the housing mix as well. So I think those areas are all important. And is that something you'd actually look at, or are you trying to, I suppose, get out of those obligations? You talked about climate change as though you're pledging to meet or enhance our EN1, EN2 anyway, which is positive if that's a commitment. But are you prepared to look at reserve matters, the numbers and the housing mix, and those contributions then that would be triggered as a result?
I'll start just by explaining where the 9 dwellings came from in the first instance. There was a lot of pre-application discussions with officers, and through those pre-app discussions, we looked at a number of different options, which ranged from 19 plots, 15 plots, and 9 plots. And it was through the course of the pre-app discussions that the 9 plots were determined to be the most appropriate for this location. There's also the site is constrained by the flood risk. So we are trying to plan the amount of dwellings that we can imagine on the site, which is circa 9 in this instance. We don't see that being materially much more or materially fewer than 9 on the basis of the constraints of the site. It very much is, it's driven by the site's specific constraints in this instance. So we don't see it being much different to the 9 proposed. That's the number that we've planned on the basis of.
I understand that, but just one extra house is hugely significant in terms of triggering some of our policy requirements.
Yeah.
And that's why I raise it. And also, and I guess it's perhaps more for officers, but they might reflect on it. The housing density, it says in bullet point 67, actually equates to 15 dwellings per hectare. So I'm assuming that, I can't recall exactly what the site size is, but I'm assuming that is it about a hectare, the site?
I think the density is 15 dwellings per hectare that we're proposing at the minute.
Oh, that's what it comes to, the 9,
Yeah.
is it? Is that what they're saying?
That's right, yeah.
All right, fair enough. Okay.
And I think Jenna mentioned, sorry if she didn't, having a condition to trigger an affordable housing contribution if it were a reserve matters to come in for a higher number, and that's something that we're happy to accept.
Okay, yeah, that was David, I think, actually, but thank you. Yeah. Okay, just one other thing I want to clarify with more for, it was related to Councillor Collins' question when she talked about the access, because on the one of the slides, and it's page 14 of our document, I just want to make sure that Councillor Collins is clear on which the access is, because there is another marked, what looks like a road that joins York Road and Carr Lane and then makes a crossroads. Are you aware that it's to the east of that, Councillor Collins, between the trees?
The drawing I was looking at was our page 15, which shows the access in detail, but then just further to the right of it, there seems to be another access. Do you see what I mean?
All right.
Whether that, but you can't tell whether that road, whether that line above those 3 circles, which I presume are trees, is actually a road. So whether the access could come in further to the right, turn left, and then go in that way rather than where it is at the moment. It just would take it further away from the flyover. That's all I'm thinking.
Yeah, fair enough. Just that first, and officers can tell us what that, if that's just a footpath, because I can't make out the writing.
Yeah.
That's annotated on there. So thanks for that. So we'll move on to questions for officers, and thank you again, Lucy and Stuart, for answering those questions.
Thank you.
So questions to officers. Councillor Anderson's first up.
I've got a number of questions I just want clarified, if at all possible, please. In respect of the HMCA, how many houses have actually been built against the target, and how many houses have been given planning permission but haven't yet been built? So at the end of the day, what is the current undersupply for this particular area? What I'm trying to ascertain here is whether or not this windfall site is or is not needed in the area in terms of it meeting its needs. What is the actual, if this site had been put in to the site allocations plan, what capacity would officers have been stating it was capable of delivering? Whether or not the applicants want 9 or whatever, and what I'm trying to ascertain from there is that the applicants can, if they have an outline planning permission, they can then sell that planning application on to another developer who could then come along and want to build more houses on it. Unless, of course, the applicant is building the houses themselves. I've not seen much talk about how officers are going to get people to walk and cycle into Wetherby from this site, and I don't see any reference in the report to the work that is going on with Taylor Wimpey to see if there is anything that can be done collectively to improve access to this side of Wetherby. Next one, do officers anticipate that this site would be close to the school and the shop that's going to be potentially built in the large development next door? And are you arguing that once that was built, then it would be accessible to local facilities? In terms of road safety, how many accidents involving people and involving just property have there been in the area? Has there ever been a comprehensive impact plan looked at in terms of all of the development that's coming in the area? We keep dealing with all of these applications one by one, and that is correct for the plans panels to do. But the council surely have an obligation to look at the cumulative impact of all of this, and at some point, even one house will actually trigger problems in terms of what we've got here. And also, what weight are you putting on the neighbourhood plan? And then the final thing is there going to be a solution coming forward on the road safety in the area, paid for by the council? Because this developer can hardly be expected to fund crossings or anything like that as a result of that, because they're not raising enough money. Thank you.
Lots to go out there. Hope you've captured all those questions. And who's leading it off with them? When you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. I'll do my best. I'll start at the top. Just in terms of the housing market characteristic area in the outer northeast, I haven't got the housing target or the numbers up to date figures. However, this site was discounted from the site allocations plan due to its location in the flood zone. So when we did a call for sites, this site was put forward, but the council made the decision to not pursue this site, and that approach was a consistent approach across the whole council. Across the whole city, and it was any of the sites in the flood zones were taken out. It was a blanket approach, and we pursued other sites. But I'd just like to highlight that windfall sites do make a valid contribution to helping meeting housing targets in the outer areas. And this application is a relatively small site, and it's not within the green belt, and it would represent a windfall development. And windfall housing is planned at a conservative rate of 500 units per annum, and they are expected to come forward consistently and make a meaningful contribution to that figure, that district-wide supply. Sorry. And yes, the site would be close to the school and the shop when that site is brought forward. Are you able to bring the comprehensive development plan slide back, Pam? Just to show the links and the connectivity. Yeah, thank you. Yes, you can, as you can see at the bottom of the where the blue arrow is on the bottom of York Road, that would be the site. This application site is just on the right hand side of that, and you can, yeah, that's it, perfect. And the flood risk that Stuart Baker was referring to runs just across, yeah, a little bit further across, yeah, sort of across that area of the site. So the bulk of the site is within flood zone 2, and just because it's in the flood zone 2 doesn't sort of preclude that development shouldn't happen on these sites. So the point of the slide was to show you that we have to take into account the changing sort of scenery around it and what is happening in terms of the planning applications and the allocations and various stages of what's happened in terms of the outline and where we're at with that and the numbers. And we have taken the neighbourhood plan is a material consideration, and we have attached significant weight. And policy D2 does mention about it seeks to promote short connections between, I think it was public rights of way and short links for bicycles and footpaths and for people to enjoy. So I do think if you look at that, if you looked at the policy, the neighbourhood plan policy, and then you looked at this, it does, I would say, go a long way to helping achieve the aspirations of that plan policy. And this site would be, yes, it's coming forward separately and it's accessed independently from the rest of it. But I think in terms of sustainable placemaking, you'd have to look at it in the bigger picture, and it would almost be unreasonable to hold a strong objection to this smaller site when the context of the wider area is changing so much and would become much more residential and would become a community and it'd have a strong residential presence, and it would become very busy with the introduction of the school and the shop. The activity would be very domestic in nature. So I think you'd have to look at it in the bigger picture, which is why I wanted to show you these slides. And I'll mention, I did highlight at the beginning of the meeting the increased £10,000 contribution for highways, and I might ask our highways officer Lisa to come and give you a bit more information about the access that's proposed at the frontage there. And she might be able to offer us some help about the road incidents as well, and if we've looked at the comprehensive impact of all the developments.
Can I just before someone else, Jenna, you excluded the site? You confirmed that you excluded the site at SAP. So what's changed significantly that it's now seen as developable? Because if you look at the surrounding sites that have all been included, it would have made sense at the time to have included it because it wasn't going to make any great deal of difference to the overall development in the area. In other words, it's why all of a sudden is this site developable when the council properly looked at it beforehand, and at that point it was not developable. What's changed? And can you also confirm what the capacity of the site is? If it had been included in the SAP, what would officers have been saying was the capacity of the site?
Well, it's okay, don't worry, but I'll give you a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Councillor. Well, I think in terms of what's changed, the applicant has done that flood work that the council didn't do. So we took a just a consistent approach and took any of the sites that, during the call of sites were put forward that were in the flood zones, and the council concentrated on those sites which weren't in the flood zones because they were considered more sustainable. And what has changed is the applicant has done that flood work themselves and come back to the council with a conclusion. I think the Environment Agency have done some flood modelling work, and they've as part of they've done an assessment of the flood risk in the area, and the developers gone away and done their assessment of that too, and they've done the work that we didn't do essentially, and they've come back to us and said that the flood risk is not as significant, or it's not as fundamental. So that's why we're considering it, and we are considering it only at outline at this stage. So the density and the mix and the numbers would all be sorted in sort of later down the line, and we would be looking at that in detail at that point. So I think it would be hard to hold a strong objection to the flood risk at this stage when the Environment Agency haven't objected nor have flood risk management, and we don't know exactly the layout, and we probably could design the flood risk out or put the housing in the less sensitive parts of the site and still bring that forward. So it did feel okay to continue these discussions and exchange flood information and flood reports and pre-app advice to see if there was merit in this site coming forward as a windfall site. So that's the approach the council took, and it doesn't preclude development. It just means we didn't do that work at the time because we focused on other sites and meeting that target, the ambitious targets elsewhere.
Thank you. Can we have Lisa to answer the highways questions that Councillor Anderson asked, please, next?
Okay, yes, thank you. In terms of the accidents along that stretch of York Road, in the transport statement that was submitted with the application, it states that to the end of 2018 there were 2 slight accidents recorded, but neither of them were at the existing junction with the Rowans. Since then, according to our records, there are an additional 3 injury collisions on that stretch of road. One associated with the roundabout to the east, and one right at the flyover, and then those are both slight. And then there was a fatal collision in November 2019, which from the records was a pedestrian walking in the road in the dark. That's information that I have, but there's no significant injury record associated with the junction to the roads. In terms of the comprehensive sort of looking at Wetherby and sort of facilities and sort of road safety measures within Wetherby itself, it's not something that I'm aware of, and that doesn't mean that my colleagues in traffic engineering aren't looking at the area, for a comprehensive approach. I can't remember the other questions, sorry.
Councillor Anderson.
The essence of what I've said, fine. I accept what you're saying and where we're coming from. But the final question is, what arrangements are you discussing with Taylor Wimpey in the area that could help to make this site more acceptable? In other words, okay, it's Taylor Wimpey that are having to pay for them, but as a result of that, the knock-on effect would be that this site would become more acceptable or less unacceptable, depending on which side of the equation you come from. So where are you in your negotiations with Taylor Wimpey that would give panel reassurance that you have measures coming along that will make this site safer?
I've not personally been involved in any of those discussions or actually involved in the Taylor Wimpey development. As far as I'm aware, the offset highways works that have been agreed for the larger site do not involve any crossings within Wetherby. But Adam, or would you be able to update on if there's any further discussions with Taylor Wimpey?
Yeah, there's not been any further discussions since the central panel resolved to grant outline permission for the site, and that included a number of packages within the 106 anyway to deliver mitigation measures to make improvements to the local area. Those included looking at speed restrictions, looking at controlled parking on York Road, but also in terms of connectivity, there was a shuttle bus that Taylor Wimpey are providing as part of their development, which will be funded for 10 years, which will run backwards and forwards to Wetherby Town Centre to and from the site on a 20-minute frequency. Taylor Wimpey have also want to ensure that cyclists and pedestrians use facilities to connect to Wetherby Town Centre as well, and there's upgrades to existing car lane to widen that and to provide enhancements for cyclists and for pedestrians so they can get from the site towards Wetherby Town Centre. It's also worth noting as well, whilst you've got the perception of this being quite a long way from the town centre, primarily because of the severance from the rest of Wetherby with the motorway, when you actually compare it to other parts of Wetherby, particularly towards the west and northwest side of Wetherby, this site's actually closer to the town centre than a significant other areas of Wetherby as well. So it's just the perception that they've got the motorway there. But certainly in terms of benefiting this site from Taylor Wimpey's improvements, the hopper bus could be one, for example, and also making connections into the site to gain access to wider areas of green space that would be created. So there are mutual benefits for this developer on the back of Taylor Wimpey's site.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, does that cover all your questions?
Well, the only one I've not had answered is what is the capacity of the site? If you take our standard measurement, what is the capacity of the site?
Well, I'm not involved in making what the measurements are, but it would be a guess. It could be between 10 and 20 units. I think what's important here is the applicant isn't seeking a quantum of development here. What they are trying to establish is the principle of residential development acceptable, and is the access point acceptable?
Fine.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Collins. I think it was difficult to see the order you came in, but I've got Collins, Smith and Midgley. I thought it was in that order. Are you happy with that?
I am, because I'm first.
Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Right. I haven't picked it up in the report. Apologies if it is in there, but how far away would children have to walk to the existing schools if this site was developed? Not as the crow flies, how far would they have to actually walk? The second thing is, and probably the most significant, it's worrying me more and more that we're getting this site assessed independently of what it potentially is going on with the Taylor Wimpey site. The applicants have said that their modelling of the flood risk, they didn't really consider the Taylor Wimpey bit because the water, of course, was coming in from the other direction. But I think in some ways that can be a little bit naive. So it worries me that there's a lot going on with this site that's independent of the Taylor Wimpey one, the other issue being the highways. As I mentioned before, in Horsforth, we had 2 adjacent sites come forward at the same time or very similar time. The planning insisted that those 2 applicants work together to come with forward with a holistic plan for the whole. Can I ask planning officers why we can't do that here? Because then we could assess, we know better what Taylor Wimpey are planning. We can then assess whether there is any real flood risk because of the Taylor Wimpey proposals. And if there are increased flood risks, we could probably do something to mitigate those. And the same with the highways issues and the transport issues and the connectivity issues. So that's my second one, is why can't we actually look at this as two sites in conjunction? And then the other thing was just, I think you're going to be able to give me a very simple answer, Lisa, but that entrance to the area that's further along to the east, that then runs along in front of the existing bungalows or houses, why couldn't that be used as the entrance? So those are my 3 questions, Chair. Thank you.
Jenna, I've just measured some distances if you're okay for me to jump in there. In terms of the distance from the site to the nearest school, St James's Primary School, as the crow flies, it's 575 metres, but
Adam, I can come in there if you
children don't fly, so I've measured it. It's been 800 metres. Oh, sorry, Lisa.
Yeah, no, I had already measured that, and it's about 12 minutes walk to the primary school and about 13 to 14 to the secondary school.
Excellent.
And in terms of the access, the access slightly to the east is actually the access to the young offenders car park. So there is now not a linkage through, I think, to the rest of the site from that access.
In terms of the comprehensive development question as well, I think you're quite right, Councillor. It's a very good idea to have. In fact, it's essential to have comprehensive development. So you are thinking about developments and how they interrelate with each other, which is why the officer's report mentions and picks up on the allocated site to the west and to the north. With this site here, it's more of a standalone site because the site visit would have been helpful actually. But if you been looking at the aerial photographs, the site's quite contained anyway in that it's got development to its north with existing housing, and it's got development to the east with the existing housing and the Young Offenders Institute. And to the west, it's got a line of trees as well, which we want to safeguard and protect. And then on the opposite side of the road, the 4th side, is Wetherby Racecourse. So in essence, it hasn't got too much visual connection to the allocated site in any event. And I think its main context is in terms of making sure it's developed well and designed well is the existing former prison wardens housing, which architecturally is not brilliant at all, I must confess. So it would be difficult to see this development in the context of the Taylor Wimpey development, which is set behind. But I think it's right that we, consider the design and the scale in conjunction with Taylor Wimpey's design and scale as well, when the both reserve matters submissions were submitted, so that you are making sure you've got a joined up approach and the development looks, or two developments or three developments as it might be, or four with the Persimmon site. All of the developments tie in with each other. Not to say that they should all look the same, but you should have a unique set of characteristics and forms, roof forms and scales, which are all compatible. So I'm hoping that answers that question, Councillor.
Can I come back, Chair?
And there has been a lot of discussion, I think, about the other adjoining sites. I'm not sure how much more we can add to
Okay,
it.
could I just say that I understand what officers are saying, that it's a separate site. And I probably would agree with you if it wasn't for the flood risk element, because it doesn't matter how separate it is. If something happens to the watercourse or to water management, you're not going to be able to stop that water from flooding an area just because there's a hedge there, and the hedge was there 200 years ago. So I don't think you can consider it a separate site because of the flood risk element.
I feel we've covered that in both the report and the responses so far, because they're going to engineer out by elevating the houses, and it's most of it is flood risk too. Officers, is there anything extra to add to that? Otherwise, I think we'll move on. Yeah. Okay. Any more questions, Councillor Collins?
No, happy with those, Chair.
Thank you. So Councillor Smith and Councillor Midgley.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to come back in on my additional biodiversity, if I may, please. So I'd like an answer to that one from officers, because I feel that, we've got a green field. We're clearly going to build over the remainder of it between the site that's already been brought forward and looking at the illustrative master plan. The area that hasn't yet been brought forward will be brought forward, looking at the way they've left their roads. And again, you've got to look at the biodiversity, you've got to look at the road safety, you've got to look at the flooding issues, you've got to look at the fact that this is going to turn Wetherby from a village setting into a small town setting into a much larger town setting.
Shall we get to the question? I think we know the question, don't we? Where's it going to be?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can get a chance for comments later. So
okay.
If that's the question, we'll put that. Yeah. But if there's another question, you can always add another question.
All right, answer that one first. Then,
all
please.
Right, thank you.
That would be one for me then. Can you hear me okay?
You can, Richard, thank
you. Good one. Yeah, I think the two questions there, Councillor Smith, and they're both very good questions. One is, what's happening on site? Have they done enough on site to deliver biodiversity? And then what are we doing if we're having to accept something for off site?
Mm-hmm.
The key drawing to look at, and we probably can't see it now, is in the ecological impact assessment done by Brooks Ecological. It's on page 9. It's figure 6.1. But basically on that drawing, what they're saying is they're going to plant up the buffer along the western side. Mm-hmm. Now, that is probably the most important feature for bats to be moving north-south along that edge of Carr Lane. So we've had a discussion and we've got them to move the private gardens back away from that western boundary and actually plant it up. So that is a good thing. They're also doing a wildflower area. It's only a small area along this southern boundary. They are saying there's going to be green roofs as well on the garages, not the main dwellings. So this information is in the ecological impact assessment, and what we have to consider is, have they done enough on site? And really, they have. I think they've done as much as they can do on site. And the good thing we've got now is the biodiversity metric, which is a way of measuring in numbers what's happening. So just to summarize, just because it's new to all of us, the metric, the baseline is 2.5 biodiversity units. That's what's there at the moment. What's going to be there after the development is 1.73. Now, that number is based on how much they're trying to achieve on site, and it would be unreasonable to think they can get back to neutral or plus 10% really on site. It starts to affect viability of these developments. So we have to take a bit of a judgment. Are they doing enough? And in this case, I think they are doing enough on site. So that's the first point. The second one is, if they can't do any more on site, is there an option to deliver something elsewhere? And in this case, we're saying, yes, we're willing to take a sum of money to deliver, I think it's, where is it? Let me have a look. 1.02 biodiversity units off site. This is something that we wouldn't have done in the past, really, because we weren't using the metric. We now have got this opportunity to make sure we're getting back to neutral and even to a positive position. So we can take a sum of money, we can deliver those biodiversity units somewhere else. But what we don't want to do is have an impact in Wetherby and deliver the gain somewhere completely different. So what I want to do is the next stage will be working with yourself and the other ward councillors and thinking, where can we deliver these biodiversity units? So I'm very keen to work with yourself and others to think where we can do this. It won't be something that happens immediately, but it's something we can work out in order for it to be a long-lasting solution, because the delivery of biodiversity units should be for a long time. And if we can make sure it's somewhere with public access as well, then I think that's a very good thing, because we need to be combining biodiversity and reconnecting people to wildlife. So looking at this application, they have done enough on site, and we're even going to be able to do something off site as well. So does that answer the question in relation to that?
It does, thank you, Richard. But I just have a big concern about where is offsite, and you're now saying that it won't be done in the short term. So obviously you won't be able to answer those now, but I do have those concerns. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure the ward members will pick that up if it progresses, and they're best placed, I think, to support that process. Councillor Midgley has been very patient. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My question is around the interesting subject of insurance. Given that the new residents will be living in a flood zone 3/2, will there be any issues in obtaining flood insurance cover? And if they can, would that be at an increased premium? I've seen before where there's been huge excesses, and these are residential properties. And I appreciate that flood mitigation work has been investigated, but insurers view it slightly separately, don't they? It's not as localised. So I just wondered if there will be any issues in people getting insurance cover for flood. Thank you.
Who's going to take that question?
Shall I help there, Chair? Others can chip in if need be. Yeah, bit of a hot topic. I suppose all we can do from the planning sense is just to deal with the flooding issues as best as we can to avoid the most sensitive areas, and if it is possible, design in mitigation such as raising and finished floor levels, providing access above the potential flooding levels, those sort of measures. That's all the planning process can do. And then the insurance process, which of course is separate to planning, will just have to have regard to those and follow its natural course, as it were. So we can't directly influence the insurance process. All we can deal with are the design aspects in terms of the layout, the design of the houses to mitigate against flooding.
Is that okay, Councillor Midgley?
I just wondered about the sort of moral obligation of it, how that kind of worked in terms of, is that something that the developers would raise awareness. Well, I don't know whether you would raise awareness, but how would that work? Because if I was buying a property, I mean, I know this surveys, I assume it would come out in a survey if there was going to be an issue, but it's just kind of getting a better understanding of what people would be informed about and what their options are, because I know that obviously flooding is a devastating, or can be very devastating for people, and it's just making sure that people are as protected as much as they can be. Thank you.
Okay, anything to add to that? Or we're happy that it's covered in the mitigation, the elevated levels and so on? Anybody?
Yeah, just sort of, sorry, Chair, thanks. Yeah, the flood risk officers were both in meetings this afternoon, so I haven't been able to attend, but yeah, I think we just, we wouldn't have anything else to add other than we're satisfied in terms of flood risk at this side, that, yeah, it would be adequately picked up when we know more details about the design and the layout and the numbers of houses.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Midgley, anything else? No. Councillor Jenkins, next.
Yeah, just maybe a final point. This is trying to look at it holistically again, about whether there's been any discussion with the Young Offenders Institute about the parking problems that may or may not arise anecdotally on the main York Road, if there's insufficient spaces within the institution itself, and maybe the cumulative effect of all these extra houses may reduce the capacity of the area. So I just wondered if in the looking at it holistically, whether people could discuss the issues with the institute as well. Thank you.
Shall I just come in there? I'm not aware that there have been discussions, but it's certainly something that I can ask our travel planning team to pick up and see whether they can work with the Young Offenders Institute.
Okay, thank you. David, anything else? No?
That's fine.
Done. Okay, I see no further hands. So just one question on me, and it relates to page 31, bullet point 49, when there's a talk of speed restraint features and the maximum distance. Is that a suggestion that we're looking at some kind of engineered traffic calming on any of the roads?
So I'll come in. Usually on internal residential streets, we do seek sort of speed reduction measures to ensure that, you know, the design speed of the roads, you know, is for 20 miles an hour. And that's the sort of standard distance that, you know, we would, you know, that we have for speed reduction measures. So that would be assessed as part of the reserve matters.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick one from me. In relation to the 2 established trees that are going to be removed, will they be replaced on the site?
Hi, Councillor. Yes, both the 2 trees. One is a willow, category 3, C, sorry, and one is a rowan tree, and that's category U. And yes, they will be replaced at a 3-to-1. So for every 1 tree lost, there is a three tree replacement. So you'd get 6 trees on the site, and you would be losing 2. The developer has confirmed that the site is, you know, they're able to do that on site, and they'd be willing to do that. There's been no resistance to meet that policy requirement.
Okay. Do you want another question, Councillor Sharp? No? Right. I think we're done for questions then. So thanks again, officers, for answering those questions and members for them. And we move over to comments. So if you'd use the raise hands facility, just tell us how you're thinking about this application, and indicate if you're likely to move a resolution, but we will wait until everybody's had the opportunity to comment. So I think Councillor Smith was just quickest, then Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. As I've alluded to, you know, the site is already subject to huge development, with the potential of further development, looking at the road layout of what's already been approved. I have grave concerns over the road and the road safety issues. I have grave concerns over the flood issues. We haven't had a definitive answer to the number of houses, and it's almost as though it's been snuck in at the level of 9, so that it doesn't have to meet any statutory requirements. We strive for best city, we strive for active Leeds. I don't think either of those two things have been considered here. That will be probably the last vestige of true open space once all these developments take place. I don't see a natural link to the new site to get to the school or the shop. So I'm not keen on this development at all, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. I am finding it very difficult to support this application as it is at the moment. In terms of, I wasn't given the HMCA figures, so I don't know whether or not this housing is required locally or not, because the case hasn't been clearly made for that. This site was previously correctly discounted by the council, and as someone who went through the site allocations plan, I know how rigorous and how argumentative people like me were in trying to get sites in and out, and officers did come back and did understand, and I've not heard anything that would explain to me why this site is now suddenly acceptable. I accept that there has been some comment made about the flooding, but that wouldn't have been the only reason it was discounted. I am concerned at the lack of clarity on the site capacity and what might happen, that if we give an in principle decision that development is acceptable here, as to what size of site we might get at the reserve matters. So I've got concerns over that. I do have concerns about the accessibility of the site to the neighbouring areas, and I know from having sat in on one or two other applications in this area, there is a feeling that the motorway should be seen as the boundary of Wetherby. I'm also concerned that there's been no cumulative impact appears to have been carried out in terms of the other developments, so that we can look at them holistically. And finally, I do have some road safety concerns, so I at this stage cannot support it in its current state unless I was to get answers to those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have concerns about the site as well and cannot support it. I think we would get, and Wetherby would get, a much better solution if this site and the Taylor Wimpey site were looked at in conjunction together. I also think we would end up with a lower risk solution. I'd be more confident if both sites were looked at together when it comes to the flood risk, for the accessibility, and we might even be able to find out that there's better routes for the pedestrian access from this site into Wetherby if we looked at the two together. So I'm not comfortable at the moment with accepting this proposal, so I'll be voting against, Chair.
Depending on what resolution's put forward, of course.
Of course, Chair.
Any further comments from any members? Councillor Jenkins?
Yeah, I'd suggest that we go for a holistic solution and tie the two potential developments together, and then come back and have another look, given all the comments that have been made today. Otherwise, we've in a way wasted 2 hours of our time on discussing, what is potentially 9 houses.
Okay, any more comments? I see no comments. I'm getting the impression that members aren't satisfied with this application. Personally, I do think the question of number of houses is an issue. However, I think we can condition that, as David alluded to, at reserve matters stage to deal with that. I think they've done all they can on the flood risk management, really, by the suggestion to elevate it, and our flood risk management team, I mean, it'll be detailed at reserve matters, seem happy with it. The site acceptability that's been discussed, again, obviously some concerns from Councillor Anderson and Councillor Collins particularly, but it is a windfall site. Is it as significant as you're making out? But that's your view, obviously. And the road safety issues that exist anyway, I think it's fair to say, with this, there is some residential there at the moment with the Rowans, and it looks like highways and local members are looking at those matters. So they're my comments. Does David or any officer wish to clarify anything further?
Yes, if I may, Chair. Yes, thank you. I think I understand where members are coming from in terms of the holistic approach to development, but I suppose the starting point is that we're always told by legislation and planning policy guidance that we have to deal with each application on its own individual merits. There's a lot of concern from members about the principle of development on this site. Policy H2 of the core strategy does allow for unallocated sites to come forward. Jenna has explained why this site was unallocated, not allocated or proposed to be taken out of the allocation for the SAP, simply because the council had made a broad brush decision not to pursue the allocation of sites which were in zone 3 or partly in zone 3 or zone 2 flood risk areas. So that's why it didn't come forward. In terms of the broader point of sustainability, obviously the council has come to a view as the council that the adjacent site was sustainable and put forward in its plan, and that plan has been adopted as a housing site for circa 1,100 houses. So it'd be very difficult for us to try and argue and appeal that this site, which is adjacent to that, is an unsustainable form of development. I understand members' concerns about that this is an open permission that they're seeking, in the sense that there's not an upper figure or upper limit that's put on this particular development in terms of number of units. But the system allows for that, and the reason the system allows for that is that we have control through the reserved matters application. So when those details come forward, the council has the power to say, no, that's too much, that's an overdevelopment, or yes, that's fine, that fits. And obviously there are matters which come into play there, such as that small element of the zone site, which is flood risk zone 2. We clearly want to avoid that. And there's also issues about the shape of the site, which constrains the number of houses, and also the character of the area that will dictate a lot in terms of the format of the development that comes forward. So with that in mind, I accept the applicant's proposition that it's likely to be around about 9 houses. It might be slightly more, may feasibly be less. But when you take into account those factors, it's unlikely that we're going to end up with a significant number of houses. In terms of the flooding and the highways issues, as officers, and I suppose this is what we'd ask members to do as well, is we'd ask members to place a lot of weight on the consultee responses that come through, because we rely heavily on those. So we rely heavily on the Environment Agency, and we rely heavily on flood risk management to advise us as to whether a site, if it is developed, would be safe for those who are going to go onto that site, but also won't cause or exacerbate any existing flooding issues or cause flooding issues for neighbouring sites. And that's the advice that we've gone through after the applicant has gone through quite a rigorous process in terms of undertaking a flood risk assessment. And that flood risk assessment would have regard to the data that's provided by the Environment Agency in terms of its flood zones, the information that the council holds. It would have regard to local features, water features, not only the culvert that runs through the site, but the storage, water storage facility just to the north of the car wash site, what the surface water runoff is like in the area. And then they'll go through a modelling of the culvert to see how that reacts with regard to rainfall and the volume of water that goes through, and having regard to how that may increase and change over the time in light of climate change. So they've gone through that rigorous process. That's been examined by the Environment Agency and critically examined by the Environment Agency in the flood risk management. They've raised queries, the applicants responded, and those two bodies now don't raise technical objections. So there's no evidence that we can put forward as officers to say there's going to be harm that results from this development in respect of flooding. And the same process has gone through in terms, or a similar process in terms of set of principles in terms of highways. And you've heard the Lisa come forward, and it's set out in the report that this particular development will not cause issues of highway safety. So I think members, when you're really coming to your view on those those broad range of issues, you have to have regard to those factors. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks for that, David. And I see Councillor Nash wants to make a comment as well. Apologies if that went up before David. I brought David in, Councillor Nash. I didn't see it until David was speaking, but go ahead.
Oh, me, go ahead. Right. Well, I'd like to move that we defer and delegate this to officers. We've had a thorough discussion over the matter, and as I've said before, I've heard it twice because of the city planning. And well, that's all there is to say. We've been satisfied on the flood issues. We could not possibly turn this down on the flood issues because technical steps have been taken. The entrance into the site is further to the east and therefore is safer. The other entrance along Car Lane is a footpath bridleway. It is not a vehicular entrance, and I'm quite sure that in city plans we will be asking for a pedestrian crossing. But on this site, we cannot do any more but to accept it. And I'd like to move that.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. Councillor Jenkins.
Yeah, I'd like to second that proposal.
Okay, we have a motion ahead of us. Just before that, does that include the suggested slight amendment that David spoke of in terms of if the number of houses exceeds 9, so 10 or above, that it then triggers the conditioning of the obligations under section 106, affordable housing and the like?
Well, I think if there are further houses to be built that we have not considered today, I think it should come back to panel, because the plans may not be acceptable to us. But as it is at the moment, it should be deferred and delegated.
Okay. In that case, we've had a motion before us and a seconder. So I'm going to put that to the vote. And I will go through again, name by name in alphabetical order. So first of all, Councillor Anderson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Against, Chair.
Councillor Jenkins.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Midgley.
For, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Nash.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp.
For, Chair.
Councillor Smith.
Against, Chair.
And then my vote, I am for the motion presented. So I will ask Debbie to give us the scores on the doors, please.
Thank you, Chair. That has been carried. There was four. There was a 5 for the motion, and there was 3 against the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the decision, as is in the officer recommendation to defer and delegate, has been carried. Thank you for that. David, do you just want to summarise the decision and where we go from here?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to confirm then that members have resolved to grant planning permission subject to Section 106, which deals with the off-site biodiversity gain and financial contribution as set out on page 21. That's money towards also money towards a traffic regulation order to limit the 20-mile-an-hour zone and for parking restrictions on York Road. What we'll also do in light of the way that Councillor Nash put the motion to members that it's accepted on the basis of 9 houses, we will put a condition on limiting the amount of development to a total of no more than 9 dwellings. So it's an outline planning permission for no more than 9 dwellings. And I think that fairly reflects the member resolution as I understood it.
It does.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So thank you again, everybody, for that comprehensive analysis and discussion, debate on that application. And I'm going to propose now that we take a comfort break until 4 o'clock, and then we'll resume proceedings with agenda item 8. Okay, so if you just want to knock your cameras off and mute your buttons, I'm back at 4. Thank you.
Hi, Kevin, you there? Kevin? Kevin, are you there?
I don't think he can be back yet, Councillor Jenkins.
Isn't he? Not back yet. He rang me about 4 minutes ago and I rang him back, but he's not answering. So we've got a meeting at 5.
Right.
Okay. Maybe we could curtail the discussion.
Hi, David. Yeah, I was just ringing you about that meeting. So I rung somebody
at 5
else.
o'clock.
Yeah, well, what, 4 of us are going to miss it, really.
Yeah. I don't know what it's about, but
no. Anyway, we won't discuss that on here.
No. But
I've just let somebody know can raise it.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe we need to guillotine our meeting, our discussion of the next item.
Well,
did you see my emails to you about?
It is live on YouTube.
Live.
Oh,
you're
goodness.
live.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Hey, what are you doing in here? The dog's joined me. Are we all back? I can't see everybody because of the presentation. Are all members present? Let's have a look. Councillor Anderson. Yes. Councillor Collins. Okay. Are we all back, Debbie? Are you?
We are all back now.
Yeah, we are.
Yes.
Right, so we move on to agenda item 8, which is a position statement in the St Mary's, the old Mount St Mary's Church in Richmond Hill. So we move on straight away who's presenting this. It is Hannah.
It's me, Councillor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Hannah.
Okay, so the proposal is for the demolition of the nave aisles of the church to be replaced by 6-storey extension to accommodate 62 apartments. Next slide, please. So I just realised we're still on that first one. Here we go. 62 apartments. The presbytery will also be demolished and replaced with a 5-storey apartment block for 113 apartments for a total of 175 units. Just go on to the next slide. Here you can see the site location plan with the grid 2 star listed at St Mary's Church there, the larger building, and the presbytery, the grid 2 listed presbytery, the smaller building. Next slide, please. So there's your satellite image of the site. If you go to the slide after that, please. Here we go. So there you can see the sort of bird's eye view of the site as existing. So access is proposed from Richmond Hill approach. If you go on to the next slide, please. I'll show a clearer view. Here we go. So you can see there where Richmond Hill approaches, the houses that surround it, and Richmond Hill Close as well, which borders the site. It's important, I think, whilst we've got this slide up, to discuss the access into the site that's proposed. So currently, the access is proposed from Richmond Hill approach, although ward councillors raised concerns about the access as proposed, and they asked that we consider an alternative access from Places Road, which I think we can see in the next slide. If we go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so here you can see alongside the school fields, by where it says George's Pizza, you've got Places Road. So it was suggested by ward members that we ask the applicant to consider an alternative access sort of through the back of the houses, that's on a road called the Spinney, up into the site that way, sort of, which would take a proportion of the field, which is owned by Leeds City Council, but used by St Mary's Church. And we put that sort of to the applicant and to our highways team. And for a number of reasons, it was considered that that access wouldn't be appropriate. So the highways team made comment and sort of said that, you know, for reasons of visibility, it wouldn't be an appropriate way into the site. I also think there'd be objections raised from Sport England as it would take away part of the playing pitch. So we're left with what's proposed, so that's the access to Richmond Hill approach. Next slide, please. So here you can see the building as existing. So that's the grid 2 star listed St Mary's Church and the presbytery. So unfortunately it's in quite a poor state. It was last occupied or last used in 1989. It's a local landmark, but it's looking in really poor condition. Go on to the next slide, please. We'll have some internal images. Yes, so here we can see some internal images of the church taken a little while ago, and it's just continuing to sort of decay. Next slide, please. So as mentioned previously, this application includes the demolition of a substantial proportion of the grade 2 star listed building and the demolition of the entire grade 2 listed presbytery. So there you can see the bit of the building that will be retained is in blue, and the proportion of the building that's proposed to be demolished is in that orangey red. Next slide, please. So the site has some planning history, which some members may remember. So these images here show what was previously approved. So previously approved an extension to the Grade 2 style listed church and the demolition of the presbytery. The principle of the land use and access has been historically accepted, although this application that you can see on the screen now, that lapsed I think in 2014, quite some time ago. Next slide, please. Yeah, so here you see as well the enabling works that were proposed from the now expired permission. So those were the apartments that were previously proposed. Next slide, please. So here is the current site plan as proposed. So along with the latest application, the applicant has submitted an up-to-date sort of bespoke viability study, because of course the demolition of such a large proportion of one of Leeds' heritage assets would need significant and robust justification. So the applicant has looked at alternative schemes and has come to the conclusion through the viability assessment that this scheme would be the most viable out of the 4 options that were considered. Now we'll move on to viability a little bit more at the end when I've explained the scheme more thoroughly, but I think it's important to note that none of the schemes, the alternate schemes as considered, were viable, and this scheme is not viable either. It would come out as at a deficit. So here you can see on the current proposed site plan the access into the site from Richmond Hill approach. The application proposes 56 car parking spaces, which you can see around the periphery of the site. And there's a public right of way which is reinstated, you can see in orange to the left hand side of the screen. Next slide, please. So here you see some of the latest CGI images. Now I do apologise, members, these are slightly different to the ones that were previously sent in the presentation. These have been updated to include the sort of the latest elevational changes. So what the applicant has sort of tried to do here is, although the extension to the church has remained the same, it was suggested by Historic England in their public comments that the materials used in the separate apartment block should show a sense of visual separation in terms of the palette of materials used. So next slide, please. I think we can see a little bit clearer. Yep, so that retains that same. So on that extension, we've got this bronze cladding. Next slide, please. Yeah, and the elevational treatment on the separate apartment block includes buff brick slips, and it's actually zinc panels which haven't quite shown how coppery they're intended to be. Next slide, please. But you get an overall idea of how it is proposed the building would look. You can see here there's an area of not public open space, but a landscaped area throughout the middle of the site. Next slide, please. Yeah, so here you see some of the materials, so that coppery zinc and the buff brick. Next slide, please. Yeah, and the cladding of the main extension. Next slide, please. Yeah, and you see here some of the proposed elevations. Next slide, please. Yeah, and the elevation of the extension as well. Now, going back to, I know I've provided an update, which hopefully members have seen. So going back to the viability study, as part of the application, the applicant has not proposed to provide affordable housing, and no contributions will be made to SIL or public open space. No Section 106 costs are proposed, and this has been sort of justified through their viability, or they've tried to justify it through their viability assessment. We've now had the consultee response received from the district valuer, which reflects the scheme excluding the 7% on-site affordable housing, still in section 106 costs. And it's come to the conclusion that this will result in a negative land value. So the district valuer has agreed with the applicant that even if they build out this scheme, it will, and the district valuer has significantly improved the viability of the scheme, there'll be a significant deficit. So that's sort of important to note. As well in the consultee responses we've got from the nature team, they've confirmed that an ecological impact assessment should be submitted. We've got consultee response from the public rights of way team, who've asked for some relatively minor amendments. The applicant submitted a crime impact statement and updated H10 forms for accessibility standards, and those are being looked at by the relevant consultees at the moment. There's one additional letter of objection. No additional points of objection have been raised that haven't already been included within the summarised list. So I think that is the update at the moment. So the questions that were put to members were, do members want to comment on the density as proposed? So that's 175 units on site. The acceptability of the demolition of the proportion of the grade 2 start listed building and the total demolition of grade 2 listed building. The viability of the scheme. Again, the scheme is not viable, the scheme that the applicants put forward. The impact on residential amenity. Pam, would you go back to the site plan, please? Yes, thank you. Oh. Yes. So the impact on residential amenity I mentioned in the report, but just to sort of reiterate, these separation distances between the proposed apartment block and the nearest dwellings on Richmond Hill Close are in excess of 21 metres, and as in the report, it's not considered it's considered that this separation distance is enough not to cause any significant impact on residential amenity. Since the previous scheme, the applicant has updated all of the individual units so they now meet space standards. I also said I'd provide a highways update. So we're still negotiating on the permit parking scheme for Richmond Hill Close. But other than minor tweaks, which the highways team is looking at the moment from recently amended plans, the highways team are relatively happy with the parking provision and cycle start on site. So I think that's it for me for now, unless there's anything else.
Okay, thank you for that, Hannah. So we're going to move on. We've got some representatives from the applicants. Oh, Councillor Anderson, you want to come in? No?
No, you're okay. I pressed the wrong button.
All right, okay. So we have the applicants' representatives. We've got, I think, Mark Henderson, Waqar Hussain, Mark Finch and Jeremy Sokol. We've got 4 minutes to address the panel. And then we've got the district valuer, Brian Maguire, who's here for questions, and our officers as well. And obviously the applicants will take questions. So are all the applicants here? I've got Mark Henderson as the lead.
Yes, I'm here, thank you.
Hi, Mark. Do you want to just introduce your colleagues? And I don't know if you're taking the full 4 minutes.
Yes, I think I probably will. So we have Jeremy Sokol, who is the developer of the scheme, and we have Mark Finch of Rushbond, who's been involved in the scheme for a number of years and the previous applications. and I'm a director of Brewster by Architects, who've been developing the proposals for Jeremy.
Have we got Mr. Hussain? No?
Yes,
on
and
my...
Wakar is here as well, yeah.
And what does Mr. Hussain do?
He is an architect who's been delivering the scheme for Brewster by Architects along with me.
Okay. Okay, so when you're ready, we'll start the timer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Mount St Mary's Church represents a challenging and complex site to develop. And should our proposals gain planning permission, it will provide an opportunity to retain important elements of the existing church buildings and bring them back into use. As you will be aware, this area of Leeds needs investment. Our redevelopment proposals provide a link back to the wider city centre, linking the Saxton Gardens development and the newer developments on Marsh Lane and Richmond Hill. The site has remained dormant and undeveloped for several years, and with our experienced team, we intend to transform the site into a valuable housing and community asset, which is an iconic building on the skyline into and out of Leeds. Our proposals have been developed in consultation with Historic England, the Civic Trust, and with Leeds City Council Conservation Department. We believe we have responded to and answered all of the consultations that have arisen during the planning period, such as public rights of way, highways access, and the quality of and design approach to the development. We acknowledge that parts of the nave and the presbytery will have to be demolished, but the retention of the chancel gives us an opportunity with a planning permission to deliver housing on the site and much needed investment into the area. Officers and members will likely be aware that the site has been the subject of 2 successful planning permissions in the past, both of a similar scale and massing, which unfortunately have not been delivered by other developers. We hope that with an improving housing market and not restrained by Section 106 commitments, we finally have a realistic opportunity of delivering this scheme. If we are successful in gaining planning permission, this gives us the opportunity to explore the delivery of the scheme, which is currently very marginal in terms of its viability. Discussions are already taking place with East Street Arts for a number of units to be let or purchased by them, and there is also the possibility of a joint venture with East Street. Our hope is that the scheme will be a creative arts hub for the area, drawing in further investment. Without your planning support, the scheme has a very real chance of not happening, and this may lead to further delay and putting the building into further risk for a longer period of time. Our proposals have been developed and refined over several months of consultation, and we believe the scheme now offers a chance of delivery. The sympathetic and aesthetically striking extension to the nave will echo the language of the existing church while giving a contemporary backdrop to the chancel. The new building has been designed to be subservient to the language of the chancel and the nave extension, but a simpler palette of materials balancing the need to respect the existing buildings. Echoes of the existing building form are captured in the zinc copper cladding, and the grey buff brickwork marries with the stone of the chancel in a contemporary fashion. We believe this much needed improved proposal from the previous approved schemes that were granted planning permission adds additional quality to the external appearance of the new build elements and also the existing retained church. The whole development team is incredibly enthusiastic about this proposal and realising the vision for the site in what is a very challenging development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Mark. I will now open it up to members' questions, and don't forget we have should have Phil Ward still with us, yeah, our conservation officer. So members, questions, and I see Councillor Collins, then Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just say I like what I see regarding the church, but could you just clarify a couple of things? I haven't got an issue with them, but the footprint at the moment of the church seems to be very rectangular, but the new one is T-shaped. what part is not being rebuilt there? That was one question. And then looking at the listed building statements, it says that the stained glass windows are quite significant. Are they going to be kept? Are you going to refurbish those?
So I think, as Hannah pointed out on the plan at the original presentation, the main nave to the building has been demolished, and also the separate presbytery building. The intention is to remove that building as well.
Sorry,
yeah, sorry,
excuse my ignorance. What is a nave? At the moment, you've got a rectangle, and you end up with a T. Are the side corridors, are they the bit that's going?
Yeah, so the very ornate element and the main entrance to the building, which you saw in some of the photographs, is the element in green. The nave is the bit where everybody would normally sit during services. So the nave is in fairly poor condition, and that is the bit that we are proposing to remove and replace with the new contemporary extension, which I thought you saw on the elevations, which is a sort of a corten steel cladding. The presbytery is the smaller annexed building on the side, which sits on the lower section of where the new build element will be sited.
That's fine. It's just, I'm surprised that you're not building it to the same footprint, that's all. You're making it, the new build on the back of the church is smaller than the existing.
Yes, so the footprint of the main new build element that we're proposing, it is very similar in footprint to the previous planning application that was granted permission. But the presbytery will be demolished, and the new build sits alongside the existing church and the new extension to the nave. I don't know whether it's possible to pull up the current site proposal. That may assist in explaining if you wanted it.
No, that's fine. And the stained glass, are you able to keep the stained glass? Is it in good enough condition?
I think there are elements within the existing building that we would hope to retain. I mean, there are some very ornate pieces of stonework on the inside, and we will do our best to retain as much as we can. I think most of the elements that are within the nave, which will be demolished, will likely be removed. The presbytery is not a particularly ornate building. It doesn't have a great deal of merit, although it is listed. But certainly the main element that we're retaining, we will be retaining as much as we possibly can. We've already got a specialist contractor looking at that building, who will give us a full assessment of what we can and can't keep. But the intention is to retain as much as we can.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Nash next in line on my list, and then Councillor Smith. Are you happy with that order? I must admit I did. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, well, mine's a straightforward question. I'm all in favour of alternative uses being found for listed buildings, because otherwise they just deteriorate and disappear, as this one almost has. But I'm concerned about the foundations of the new build. I've had a similar experience in my own ward in Hunslet with St Mary's Church. It's the one with a huge spire that one sees when approaching Leeds from the south. The spire was kept. I had a hand in that. I was a very young new councillor back in the early 70s. And a new church was added to the to the outside, a smaller church, obviously. Unfortunately, that new church has now been demolished because the foundations are not very good. If they'd built it on the same footprint as the old church, then that may have been okay. But could you give me an assurance that there has been a land survey to make sure that any new build on the site will not subside.
Yeah, I think the intention would be under a planning condition, if we did obtain planning permission, to have a full ground investigation report carried out. Obviously, with the demolition of the large nave, we're going to have to carry out some pretty thorough investigations regarding the foundations that are there. So we would look to secure any ground investigation under a planning condition, and obviously we'll be employing structural engineers who will be designing appropriate foundations for both the new build blocks and making sure that the buildings that we are retaining are safe in that process.
Okay, Councillor Nash, are you satisfied with that?
Sorry, yes, I am satisfied. Thank you.
Councillor Smith next.
Thank you, Chair. So I've got a couple of questions, if I may, please. I think one links with the other. So my first question is really, I mean, it's a very philanthropic thing that you're doing if you're not going to make any money out of it. So where do you see the funds coming from? You know, first, this is quite a level of investment, I would imagine. Having refurbed a 3-bed house and know how much that costs, I think you're looking at a considerable sum. So obviously you're going to have to make some money somewhere along the line. You say that obviously it's not viable in its present state. So what's going to set you apart from being able to deliver this project than the previous 2 applications that have actually failed, which equally weren't viable? And then the second question I've got is, who's your target audience to actually live in here? Are you selling or are you renting?
Could I pass you over to my client Jeremy, who will comment on the funding investment issue, if that's okay?
Firstly, the position at the moment that the district valuer and ourselves have come up with is almost a worst case scenario. We're looking at the market today, and by the time this is built, we're looking at 3-4 years forward. We're hoping the market will have moved by then, and all the kind of downward values that COVID has produced and delays and so on will be a thing of the past. In addition, once we've carried out full surveys and looked at how we can preserve and renovate what's the church, we will then be able to look at our costs a bit better. The idea is for the units to be for sale, although there will be some that we might retain for rental, because that will help us recoup our money as time goes on. In addition, as you've already heard, East Street Arts are very keen to take all the units in the church extension, and they want to either form a joint venture or some kind of way of moving forward together with us. That will help us to attract, let's call it, hopefully, soft money, and also it's going to attract a lot of arts and other such events into the building. So although we are looking at it in a way as being philanthropic, we are here to make a bit of money, hopefully, but the idea is that this is a very much an iconic building. As you know, it's at the top of a hill. It can be seen from a lot of the places in Leeds, certainly from the city centre. And the idea is that this also might become a destination. So in doing that, we might be able to make sure that it's a viable scheme. So the problem in the past has been with other applications that the time was not right. Now Leeds is becoming a much more vibrant and city, and a lot of that is due to you guys, in fact, by helping with the developments around there. So we're looking to the future. We're saying now it's not viable, but in the future, very near future, we think it can just about be, and we're willing to take that risk.
Chair, can I just pop back a moment, please?
Of course, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So if the world changes and we start to flourish exponentially, would you then look to give a percentage of your profit towards 106 or SIL, or equally give a couple of the apartments up for affordable housing, just so that you are giving a little bit back if you reach a certain profit level?
Yeah, I think the answer is, in order to attract finance and joint venture partners at the moment, we have to have certainty. So if we did something in the future, it couldn't be an absolute right now. Certainly, we look at things in a different way to most big developers. We're a small developer, as it were, and we'll have lots of partners. We wouldn't want to enter into a 106, but certainly we feel that we'd be putting a lot back because it would be arts related, and certainly we'd want to help as much as we could. We're also spending a lot of money on landscaping. We're giving land for public footpath, and we think that we're going to improve the area tremendously. At the moment, the site's being used by a lot of drug addicts and dealers, and I don't know if any of you are really familiar with it because it's fenced around at the moment, but it's not very pleasant. And I think the money that we're going to spend, and that we've been talking to the planners and conservation groups about, will actually improve the area so much that at the moment we don't feel further contribution would be useful.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any more questions? No further questions? No? So just to again press home the points that Councillor Smith has made, because I too am concerned that there's no SIL. Do you want to mute? Someone gave a sigh then, as though I'm boring them.
I think it was Phil.
Apologies for that if I am, but you're stuck with me as chair until the leader decides otherwise. So yeah, I'm concerned that there's no SIL, no affordable housing, no green space contribution. One of the main aspects of the scheme, justifying the scheme, is the preservation of the building, the nave. I'm concerned that if the market doesn't shift soon enough, that there'll be further deterioration. So you'll have a scheme that's not deliverable, and there'll be no solution to that building. So how can you assure us that that won't happen?
I can't totally assure you. I can say that it's our intention to save it. But without planning being granted, it definitely will deteriorate, and it definitely will be beyond saving. If we do have planning, at least we can get on with doing as much as we possibly can. And that's the point. And together with East Street, together with other partners, I feel very confident that we could do this. We've already invested quite a considerable sum in this application for planning, and we wouldn't have done that if we weren't serious. That's the only assurance I can give you.
Okay, now in terms of viability, there's reference to your figures in the report, and I've been briefed, and we do have Brian with us, but I understand there's a gap between the two figures, which is quite significant and would come into play, I imagine, if Councillor Smith's points were to be addressed, i.e. if you made the market shifted adequately, that you could then look at some of these obligations. So do you want to just discuss and we might bring Brian in to help answer this, the differences in those viability reports?
Yeah, I mean, just to say, and maybe Brian should be speaking more than me, but we both understand that at the moment the scheme is not viable. However, it depends how you calculate it, and the cost of renovation of the church is an unknown. It can be between two sums at the moment, and we have people working on it to try and get it right. The cost of building at the moment is also something that's, it's not a certainty. And as we've already heard, things like investigating the foundations, what kind of foundations we need, what is deep under the earth, because it's a mining area, ex-mining area, are unknown. The answer is we've calculated on a worst case scenario. We hope it'll be better. Otherwise, we wouldn't be bothering at all. I assume that the district valuers come at it in a different way, which he can explain. But I think we've both kind of got the same view of it. The district valuer will have used slightly different interest rates, numbers, and so on. And maybe it's better for him to explain that side of things.
Okay, just before I bring Brian in, Councillor Collins has got a hand up. Is that something that's gone up since my question? Is that something related to this? Is it worth bringing you in now, or?
Yes, if you don't mind, Chair.
Yeah.
It's just a timing issue. I mean, we've got the listed building being saved and a new building going up. What order are you going to do these in? The reason I ask is I'm a little bit cynical, because in Horsforth we had a listed building and a development next to it, and the developers wanted to put the new buildings in to save the listed building. They put the new buildings in and then said it wasn't viable to do anything with the listed building, and we actually lost it. And that again was a scenario where the developers had chosen not to give us any Section 106 contributions. So would you be comfortable with officers putting a condition on this so that you actually had to do the listed building first?
I think the important thing with the listed building is to secure the structure and the foundations. And then you do the internal renovation at a later date so that it doesn't get damaged by new builds. So the answer is, yeah, I would be very happy for the condition that we do what we need to do on the listed building first in order to preserve it.
But can I come back, Chair? My concern with that is you sound exactly like the developer we had in Horsforth. That they put scaffolding up, they secured the existing building, then they built the new flats. But when it was coming back to do more work on the listed building is when they said they didn't have any funds to do that. And in the end, we had to let them demolish the listed building because they said they would never have the funds to actually improve it and turn it into a viable building.
Okay, I'm not that developer, obviously. What I can say is that we want to keep that listed building, and I'm very happy to work with you guys and to make sure that we have the right order of doing things so that that building gets preserved. The idea is to make sure the structure doesn't move, doesn't get damaged. And the other thing is East Street Arts, for example, are very keen on the preservation. They want the area inside it to be used for arts. They want a mezzanine level that can kind of act as a theatre and art studio and so on. So that's paramount. It's actually paramount to have that as well. So, you know, we will do what we need to do to make sure that's preserved. And not just that, but I see that that church there is the iconic part of that site. So it's actually in our interests when we come to sell or rent it or whatever it is, to have something that's very attractive there to potential purchasers.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins.
Yeah, so it's very, very sad, isn't it, that a wonderful building has been left to deteriorate over 30 years, and really good in many ways that you want it to succeed, and it may be the involvement of East Street Arts could bring in some extra funding from charitable third sector organisations. And just in terms of due diligence, I looked up Estate Aid Limited, the company, and unfortunately it's not in a very good state at the moment, and there's a charge against it. But still, I do apologise for saying that in a way, because I don't want to undermine what you're doing, but I just want to make sure in terms of due diligence that you can fund it and you have some security. Yeah.
Just to explain, when you looked it up, you saw what had happened is somebody that was supposed to prepare and file the dormant company accounts before estate aid became active in this development didn't do so. They've now been filed. In fact, that was only last week or the week before. Estate aid is a new co, as most developers do. They use an individual one. We have been speaking to other people and Rushbond, who have sold the land. So we have exchanged, we haven't completed yet with them. You will see are also on this application. They are taking a very keen interest. We know them well, we work well with them. Mark Finch is on this call as well. And therefore we can say that there will be substantial backers to it. We've been talking to quite a number of financial institutions and they like the look of the scheme at the moment. We have to make sure the numbers work, of course. And one thing they're very keen on is that we get planning before they start talking very seriously to us. And not a bad question, may I just say, very sensible. And I would ask the same.
Thank you.
Is that okay, Councillor Jenkins?
Yes, fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I think the only thing would be that the local councillors couldn't make it to this meeting, and I think we would want to make sure that local councillors are seriously involved.
Yeah, if I pass it back to Mark Henderson, we have done consultation and the local councillors have been spoken to. Mark, do you want to say something further?
Yeah, I mean, it won't be lost on elected members that during the period from April onwards, community consultation events have been somewhat stunted, and most of the applications that we've had in Leeds and elsewhere have either had to be done on websites or letter drops. So we have gone out to, I think, 250 or 300 local residents with a letter drop within that pamphlet that we dropped off. It had a detailed explanation of the scheme and also the proposals as they've been presented to panel at the moment. Our planning consultants have been coordinating that exercise. And we've had a number of residents come back to us. That was consolidated in a document that was forwarded to Hannah and has been part of the consultation process. I believe we've had 7 or 8 objections to date, and I'm sure Hannah's aware of all of those. We've certainly done as much as we can at the moment. I think we would be happy to engage more once the planning is hopefully secured. Particularly, as Jeremy said, we definitely see this as part of a community initiative, particularly with East Street being involved.
Okay. Thanks for that. Councillor Collins next.
A very simple one, I think, Chair. I've just been Googling. There aren't any photographs of either of these buildings on Historic England's website or on our own local Leodis photographic archives. You've got some fantastic photographs though. Would you consider approaching them and offering them copies of the photographs? Because I think it'd be an awful shame if we lost the detail that's obviously in there. And it'd be nice if people could just Google it and find it. Thank you,
Yeah,
Chair.
we have a number of photographs internally and externally which we could share with Hannah if she would like those. I mean, we have talked pretty extensively to the Civic Trust when the application was first lodged, and the scheme did undergo some redesign work on the back of the discussions that we had with them. And the Civic Trust are fairly supportive and are aware of the quality of the existing building as well. But yeah, we can certainly do that.
Yeah, it's Historic England and Leodis. I mean, they're two photograph archives, and it looks like both of them are happy to receive photographs from people. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, is that a new question?
It is, Chair. Sorry, I'm just very concerned about about this lack of any 106 sill affordable housing, all that. We know that the ward that this is in is an extremely poor part of the city, aren't they? You know, it's a highly populated, densely populated part of the city. And whilst I absolutely applaud what they're doing to save this building, I just wondered whether could there be some sort of agreement drawn up so that if their profits exceeded a particular amount, could they give a percentage of that excess profit back to the community? I really do feel that there's potential for huge profits here, even after all the costs and everything else that's involved. And I just wonder if, you know, if the community and the wider city aren't missing a trick here. Thank you.
Well,
so just before you come in, Jeremy, obviously this is just a position statement, and I think that's something that the officers will be able to pick up on any application that comes forward. But I'll let Jeremy see if he's going to make a commitment to that.
Well, I can't make a commitment. What I can say is that at the moment the scheme is not viable. We have to find a way of making it so, and we have to find a way of attracting people that want to come and joint venture with us and fund it. And I wish it was going to be extremely profitable, and I would be absolutely delighted if it was. Today, it won't be. In maybe 3 or 4 years, when the market has shifted, hopefully in the right direction, it might be. But I can't, it's going to be extremely hard to work out profit levels or whatever, but I'm very happy to enter into discussions and to see what we can sort out. But I think the feeling is, both with the planners and with the district valuer and with ourselves, that it's because we're on the edge, a contribution should not be required, and that we're actually giving quite a lot to the community at present. But we're willing to talk, obviously, because we actually want to do something good for the city. So that's really all I can say.
Thank you, Jeremy. But my point is really, once your profits reach a particular level, a percentage of that would be pledged, if you like, in some form of agreement. So that I'm not looking for numbers. I'm just looking for an in-principle agreement that you will be looking to give something back. Thank you.
Okay, we'll talk that through before the full planning meeting, which is on the 21st of January.
Okay, thanks for that. At this point, I'm going to bring Brian in, if that's okay, just to discuss the gap in the two evaluations of the scheme and the prospects, I suppose, of generating a deliverable development. Because if you go on the figures that the applicants have produced, I just can't see it happening in the 3 or 4 years, at which point the permission will run out, because we normally put it on for 3 years, don't we? So if you just address that point, please. Is he with us, Brian? You're muted, Brian. I don't know if you...
Okay, he can hear us. I'll just email him just in case he's moved away, because he's been emailing me throughout. I'll just try to give him a quick.
While he's on that, I've just got another question relating to bullet point 16 on page 42, and it talks about reinstating an existing public rights of way, and it says would be retained via the church's original steps. That flags up some accessibility issues for me. So just, could you just explain perhaps the levels that you're dealing with and any scope to make sure there's an accessible route?
Excuse me. There is an existing public right of way to the front section of the church. Currently, I think that is closed off at the moment, but it is a public right of way. So the intention, after discussing with the public right of way officer and with Hannah, is that will be opened up and widened slightly. The public right of way then leads to a series of steps. There are probably about 40 or 50 steps which lead down. They are relatively steep, but they are part of what was the main entrance to the church. They are outside of our boundary, but the public right of way connects with them, and they would just be left in place. And yeah, that they would just be left as they are at the moment. But that connection would be opened up, which it isn't at the moment.
Chair,
Okay,
I think we can see the steps if you look at image 19 in the top left-hand corner.
Are we having the slide?
Yes, if you were to zoom in on that to the top left-hand corner of our boundary, you'll see the steps as they go from the upper level down to the main road. There is also another public footpath which connects down to the highway, which curves around. So
we're not able to zoom in. Sorry, Mr. Henderson.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
My eyesight's not very good. I've not got my glasses with me, but you can see the steps. They're just outside of our red line boundary.
Okay. Thanks for that. I'll perhaps pick that up with officers. Councillor Anderson's indicating, I'm not sure if we've got Brian available yet, but if not, we'll...
He was having some I was just on the phone to him there. He's having some technical issues, and so he's tried to log off and come back in again.
All right. Thank you. We'll go with Councillor Anderson then.
What I mean, it's more a question. I think maybe we'd need officers to actually to give me an answer to this one. In terms of paragraph 63, where it sets out what the housing mix would be, what does the housing needs assessment say about the needs in the area? Do the needs say that we need 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom properties, or does the assessment say priority should be for 3-bedroom? I accept that the policy is very clear. It needs to be a minimum provision of 20% at 3-bed, but is the housing needs assessment, what does that actually say about the area? I accept the policy, but what's demand for those types of properties in the area? I would have expected officers to probably answer that one, actually.
Okay.
So I'm just bringing up the response. It's something that I've covered briefly in the position statement, but something we're still speaking with the applicant about the housing mix, because the viability feeds directly into that. So I may have to speak with local plans and come back to you with a more specific answer, but it's one that I hope to detail more thoroughly as we go forward if we come to bring this to a plans panel with a recommendation.
Okay, that's fine. It's just because that was one of the questions. Do members wish to comment on the housing mix? So yes, I do. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Right, are there any more questions for the applicants? It looks like not. So we'll move on to questions to officers. Any questions? And then, I mean, we'll be working through the questions that were being asked as well.
Hello, can everybody hear me? It's the district valuer.
Ah, yes. We can hear you, Brian. Thank you. Councillor Collins,
Yeah.
shall we give way to Brian so he can, did you
Yes,
hear my?
yes, please do, Chair.
Thank you. So Brian, did you hear my question, what I've asked you to do? Talk about
If
the
you
gap.
just wouldn't mind repeating it, because there was a problem with the network, I think.
So yeah, it's talking about the difference in the two valuations and the prospects that you see of coming up with a deliverable scheme, obviously based on your valuation which you disclosed to me in the chair's brief. It's closer than the applicant's.
Yes, yeah, I'll just quickly run through that for everybody. As you know, the applicant submitted a viability appraisal and it contained a number of options. That included build to sell the properties and build to rent the properties. So I considered all of the options that they put forward, including the preferred option, which set out approximately 175 units. Now, it seems that the key issue here is cost of the scheme, and it can be sort of said in fairness that there's one major cost, which is the retention of the chancel, which attracts or requires something like just over £3 million to make it safe, refurbish it and retain it. But it didn't seem until this afternoon that there was any occupation of that space. It wasn't generating any income. It was purely a communal area. I'm just keen to reconfirm that that's still the case with the applicant, because they did mention East Street Arts earlier. Are they going to occupy it?
It's communal use of it, but East Street Arts would have control of what went on there.
And they would they pay a rent? Or charge any rent?
That's yet to be decided and discussed.
Right, that would affect viability if it was a space that could be occupied commercially, because the viability appraisal that was presented made no reference to any income generation. So
no,
that may need looking at again.
We assume there won't be.
Okay. So coming back to what I was saying then, the cost of retaining that chancel is over £3 million, and the way in which that's been presented to me is that it would not produce any income and it wouldn't be lettable space that would add value to the scheme. So for that reason, you know, amongst a number of others, it's not viable. And it's important to say that, you know, I have challenged a number of the assumptions adopted in the applicant's appraisal. They have said that the best case scenario is that the scheme loses £7.5 million, and the worst case scenario is 12.3. So we will need a good Christmas for this to turn around in any time, in terms of it being viable and deliverable. You know, it is, a fair comment if a member has said it explicitly that it is difficult to see how this is going to come out the ground, so to speak.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Collins, did you have a point? You hands down now, but
yeah, I wanted to ask officers a question when you're ready to proceed, Chair.
yeah, I'm ready now. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's so. I apologise to the applicant if I sound really negative, but I want to ask the officers, what can we actually do to ensure that if the new building goes up, some money that will be made from that new building will definitely be invested in retention of the church. I've mentioned before Cornmill Fold in Horsforth, and that was all done backwards. So what have we learnt from applications such as Cornmill Fold? How can we actually work with the applicants to bring this forward in a reasonable manner, but also to ensure that the city doesn't lose this listed building or Section 106 opportunity? Can we do that, or do we have to accept that there is a risk that we might get a brand new building, but we might still lose the listed building in the church?
I think we've got a couple of questions in there. So I think first, your concerns about the other site that you mentioned, that I don't know personally, I have to say. But
if you look up, it's Cornmill Fold in Horsforth. You don't need to know it now, but yeah, don't worry about it now.
I can see why you'd raise concerns about this, because it's something that that's been considered throughout the process. So I think it's something that we could perhaps use a carefully considered phasing plan to sort of to ensure that each, although the scheme as a whole isn't viable, that the parts that we really want delivered, so the retention of the most important element of the Grade 2 style listed building, that's retained. So, and I think the applicant, from what they've said today in previous discussions that we've had with them, seem very keen for that to happen. So I think if we could agree a carefully worded phasing agreement, that for me would offer some reassurance that we'd retain the elements that we'd like to retain. And on, I suppose, the point about the viability, whether the viability of the scheme may change, as the applicant during their presentation today have indicated, or they've answered questions saying that, the scheme may become more viable over time. They're hoping that the market changes in a way that will make the scheme as a whole more profitable. Something that we could consider is putting a review point in, so that we can review the viability with the applicant at a set point. Now, this another member, I apologise, I can't remember which one, mentioned doing something like this. So I think that'd be a very interesting option to discuss with the applicants, and to come back, and if this comes to plans panel, to consider that as an option to include within the application. Does that answer you?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, both Hannah and Councillor Collins, for that question. Councillor Nash next.
Yes, could I follow on from what Councillor Collins has just said? We've had experience of this before, and I'd mentioned High Rise Hospital, which was going to be converted into flats, and it was going to be marvellous and all the rest of it. We had a site visit, and there was also going to be new houses built in the grounds. The new houses were built, and then the developer walked away from it. So we've had our fingers burnt more than once. Can we put a condition that the church element is done first?
So again, I think this is something that perhaps the phasing, a condition addressing phasing, could perhaps quite neatly address, to ensure that whilst the developer would build out bits that are, you know, the enabling works that give them the money to restore the church element that they're keeping. We'd like to see it all come through at the right time so that the scenario that you're mentioning isn't an option.
Can I come in here just for a minute?
Phil, yes, please do.
Yes, just to reassure Councillor Nash that that High Road has been completed. I've been inside the very nice homes in the hospital.
Excuse me, they have been done now.
Yes,
but not originally.
It's taken too long. I mean, that was a case of a badly drafted agreement with Cornfield Mill. Other officers might want to correct me. The problem there was that we never had an agreement. We had a gentleman's agreement. I'm smiling if you can't see me. But since then, we've learned from bitter experience that and a few other cases, and we've had some watertight agreements, Cookridge Hospital being one, where they could only build 70% of the houses before they turn to the list of buildings, and they're on site now and will be completed soon. Mansion Gate Chapelton, another successful example of where we had an agreement that they couldn't finish the development before they refurbished the listed building. But just to say that this is a finely balanced thing, and if we use a sledgehammer, it might frighten the investor off. I mean, banks do run a mile if they see agreements that require listed buildings to be refurbished before the new build, because that puts the profit off way into the future. So what we usually do is allow some new build, but we don't allow the completion, the profit element, until the refurb is done.
Okay, do you want to come back, Councillor Nash, or you?
Well, I'm just intrigued. In this case, the separate development is just one block, so I don't know how you can do half of it without the other half.
That's well, you could, I suppose, you could do the new build and then mothball the chancel. I mean, theoretically that's possible, but I think it'd be difficult to sell the flats in that case with a mouldering listed building next door. And don't forget that there's a big new build where I suspect all the profit is next door, which will have a lot of value in.
So I'd be happy if the new build on the church was built. I thought it was a separate block that we were talking about.
Yeah. I think it will require some subtle negotiation between us and the developer, where we get to a point where we're both happy.
Yeah, Phil, I totally agree with you. We just need to get to a win-win situation.
Yes.
Okay. Just before we move to the questions, some of which I'm sure David will have captured already and we've covered. Just my question on that public right of way and those steps. Again, not having the benefit of a site visit, it's difficult to visualize what those steps actually do, and is it necessary to have an accessible route to that public right of way, or is there an alternative route?
Well, I mean, it's reinstating an existing public right of way rather than sort of creating one. I think earlier on we sort of had a discussion about where the public right of way could go in the site, and this was the only sort of real solution without having the public right of way through the centre of the site and sort of in a way that wouldn't really make sense. So we're reinstating what's there rather than sort of reinventing the wheel, if that makes sense. So we don't want to lose an existing public right of way, even if it's not being used for a long time.
I understand that, but equalities has moved on, hasn't it? And I think we should make, I'm sure when the full application comes in, our access officer will look at that. But I just want to make sure it meets all the, you know, the standards and the equality legislation, really.
Can I just come in here? Yeah, I mean, the accessible access to the site will be through the main entrance. I mean, I think knowing where the site is and the levels and the actual land available for an alternative route where the public right of way is, we haven't. It's an existing right of way with very with steep steps, and I mean, I completely accept your point about making sure that we make the site as accessible as possible. But there isn't really an accessible route down that side because of the steep nature of the site. So yes, in an ideal world, we would be able to provide an accessible route from that side, but I don't think we can in this instance.
Again, can I just jump in there?
Yes,
and express an opinion? If you've walked those steps, you won't forget it. They're as steep as the steps up to the namesake at Whitby, and I think there is many, very, very steep, and they connected the church to the bank, which this church served, and the bank has been redeveloped. Saxton Gardens is there now, but I think it's important to keep that connection as a memorial to the community that's not there anymore.
Okay, so are we saying it would be exempt because is that affecting the setting of the listed building then? Because
yeah, I'd argue it does. Yes. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm sure it'll be picked up and addressed in any future report that comes to the panel. But thanks for that. So I'll Councillor Collins, and then we'll move on to the questions.
A quick one again to do the steps. Could officers just look at who would actually refurbish and maintain those if we did bring them back into use? Because as the applicant said, it's outside their red boundary. So I don't need an answer today, but it needs addressing.
Of course, we'll look into that.
Okay, I can hear some background noise again from somebody. So if you'd like to mute. Are we ready for the questions? Councillor Collins, your hands, is that from the last question? Yeah. Okay then, so the first question is, do members wish to comment on the housing mix and density advanced by the applicant? So Councillor Anderson did allude to that. David, you might want to just tell us what you've captured so far on it, and then I'll invite members to comment further.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, what I've got noted down is Councillor Anderson's point about wanting information on the housing needs assessment for the locality and how this development, in terms of the accommodation it provides, sits against that, and we'd seek to bring that back to members when the application comes for determination.
Okay, members, do you want to add anything to that? No, I've just made a note myself on page 51. Yeah, it was just on the numbers in the site allocation plan. It's much lower, isn't it, than what's proposed. I mean, I get the viability. You're trying to maximise the numbers, and I'm guessing that's the reason for it. But why have we gone? Why is the discrepancy in the minimum number in the SAP to what we're presented with?
I think, like you say, it's probably hitting the nail on the head there, in that it seems the developer has sought to maximise profit on this site, so increasing the suggested density in the SAP. It's not it's not an absolute, it must be, this number of houses, as you know. So they've sought to maximise the profitability, and still, as we've discussed before, they've still fallen short, even though they've maximised as much as they can.
Okay, just to sort of throw it back to what we've previously discussed, and the ward members, Councillor Harrington mentioned overdevelopment in Wetherby. This is a inner city area of high density housing. We meet this, exceed the 5-year land supply already. You could argue, why is a scheme like this coming forward at all at this density? But I'm guessing it's just the viability issue and saving that church.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, sort of, that sound boring, just sort of repeating the same thing. But yes, I suppose it's that real balancing exercise for officers and then for members to see if we want to have the best possible chance of retaining one of our Grade 2 star listed heritage assets, whether we're willing to forgo things like the Section 106 payments and affordable housing for the benefit of providing some housing on this site and the benefit of retaining the most important element of Grade 2 star listed building. It's a balancing exercise.
Okay. Councillor Smith.
Oh, am I off? Thank you, Chair. I just struggled to unmute then. So with regards to housing mix, obviously we know we're not got any 106, any SIL, any affordable housing. Have we got any accessible apartments, please, in that mix?
Yes, the applicant has recently, because things have changed around slightly, so the applicant within the last few days has provided a revised H10 form which confirms that they meet sort of accessible housing standards, they comply with policy, or they appear to, certainly. I'm waiting for comments from the access officer on that, because that's something we've only sort of recently received.
Okay, thank you. So I think we'll move to question 2. Again, David, if you summarise what you've got, and then if there's any additions. So that's on the acceptability of the demolition as proposed, or the viability of the scheme advanced, and we've given that a thorough hearing. But David, do you want to?
Yes, I'll summarise it very briefly. Thank you, Chair. Yes, there's some reluctance, but in terms of, and I suppose, concern about the extensive demolition that's proposed, but in light of the viability situation, it's accepted that it's necessary. That's the note I've got, Chair.
Okay, is there anything to add? Just from the, I know from the ward members' perspective, they accepted the principle. It was just that access that they were mainly concerned about. So anything else? I can't see any other hands. So we'll move on to the acceptability of the conversion and the new buildings proposed. And we've had the pictures, haven't we? Page 28 is a good indicator of that, and with page 29 as well, to give you some idea. David, you want to summarise what we have?
Yeah, I think probably, Chair, that questions 3 and 4 tie in together. So it's the acceptability of the conversion and new buildings proposed and the formative designs. And my note is that members are generally supportive of what's being put forward.
We haven't had a massive discussion, have we, on the new build, the brand, the separate building. I know Chair's brief, Councillor Nash and I weren't massive fans of it, but any other thoughts? Councillor Nash?
Yeah, I haven't any query over the design of the new build or the extension of the church, but just from the photographs, which we haven't seen before, the colouring of the new nave is rather dominant and rather overshadows the Pugin end of the church. And I just wonder if that could be looked at. As I say, the design's fine, it's just a bit dominant.
Yeah, it's a good point, and I'll just mention when I showed my wife the design last night as I refreshed the papers, she made a similar comment about the colour of the new extension. So,
well, I mean, this is the things like the external cladding material. You know, these are things that we can certainly, if it's the feeling is that they're too dominantly coloured or too stark, and I think you're trying to say in contrast to the bit of the building that we're trying to retain, we can certainly look at the palette of materials with the applicant and see what alternatives might be available.
okay, I like the sound of that. Councillor Nash, are you happy with that? Good. So we'll move on then to the next question, and that's on the failure to deliver the required planning obligations. There's been lots of comment on that. So David, if you summarise where we are.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, a number of members have expressed significant concern about the failure to deliver on the planning obligations, even in a partial respect, and also with SIL. So we've been asked, and the applicant has agreed to discuss this further with and see if there is a mechanism by which we can deliver something, and we'll report back to members on that point.
And that would be via this review point, I think Hannah described it as.
Yes, yeah. So we'd have to look to see whether we could structure. I think it'd probably have to be through a legal agreement where you build in various triggers, which allow reviews to be undertaken. But obviously, it's a sensitive matter for the applicant because of certainty and trying to generate investment. So it will take some discussion.
Okay, any more questions on that? Thanks, David. No? Oh, Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, very grateful that you put that in, David. I do think it's important. I understand all the commercial sensitivity around it, but I do think that for the ward members and for the wider city, I think it's important that we do try to at least look to recoup something back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we move on to the next question, and that's to comment on the scheme's impact on existing residential amenity and future residential amenity of occupiers. We've not really talked about the impact on the neighbours, have we? So David may correct me and summarising, and then we'll open it up to members.
No, you're right, Chair. It's not a point that we've actually gone through.
Okay. It looks like we're about to. Councillor Jenkins and Councillor Smith.
Yeah, so one of the local organisations is called RIA, which is the Richmond Hill Elderly Action, and they are in touch with about 1,000 elderly people in the area. And one of the things that I think I've heard mentioned is the lack of shopping facilities. I think there's one supermarket just about left. So a lot of people rely on going into the city centre, which for shopping and so on. So anything that's going to increase the wealth, if you like, of the local area, which is very deprived, as we know, will be useful to know about and useful to incorporate. And hopefully you could have some discussion with the people at RIA over the next month or so before it gets to the planning meeting on the 21st of January. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Smith.
My comment, Chair, is that it's a beautiful building. It's been left to deteriorate for a number of years, as we know, in one of our inner city wards. There's a lot of antisocial behaviour goes on around there. So I think it would be a massive improvement, and I think the people in the local area would welcome it. and would appreciate the investment. I'm a big believer in if you look after the small things, the bigger things follow. So from my point of view, if it was my ward, I would certainly welcome it. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've got to reference the objections, and there hasn't been many, admittedly, but there is some concern about overshadowing and noise and disturbance. Well, that's during construction. But I guess they've been addressed in the report by separation distances. Members happy with that? It appears. Yeah. Okay. In that case, we shall move on to the final question, and that's about the impact on highway safety and amenity, including the access. So this was the point that the elected ward members were concerned about. So David, do you want to summarise where we are, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. As you say, we discussed the ward members' concern was outlined. There was a discussion around that. In terms of highway safety, no concerns have been raised by members following that explanation, or no concerns about the proposed access also. There has, of course, just been concern and discussion around about providing access for all and more, and we'll look to provide more information in that respect. And also in respect of the steps and the use of the steps and who's responsible for maintaining and delivering that.
Okay, do we have any more comments on that item? No. Okay, so just before I ask officers if they want to clarify things, could you just address the point that I raised earlier? If it comes in January, it will come with a 3-year starting point, and the risk that the market doesn't shift. Is there any flexibility on the time, or would they have to just resubmit?
No, Chair, you're right. There can be flexibility in terms of the 3-year commencement of development. So that's something, again, that we can talk to the applicant about. And the other matter, I suppose, that hasn't actually been covered by the the questions, but has formed a significant part of the panel discussion, which we'll talk to the applicant about, is the need for a Section 106 agreement or conditions to secure the delivery of the refurbishment and retention and use of the listed building, and how we actually secure that. And a number of officers and members have made contributions on that. And we do have a document which is produced by Historic England, enabling developments and heritage assets, which Phil Ward will be very familiar with, and that gives us some guidance on those points as well.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. Anything else to clarify, David?
No, not from me, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Jenkins with a late hand.
A very late hand. Just thinking that because of the Irish connection, Irish Arts Foundation and the Irish government, I think, might be, susceptible to helping with some funding. But it's just an option, because they do quite a lot of funding for the Irish Centre and the Irish community in Leeds.
Okay, thanks. That's a good point. And in my summing up, I will have to say that, and I did say this in my chair's briefing, that if this building were in Italy, it'd be a tourist attraction. So the fact that it's been allowed to fall into such a state of disrepair is really sad, isn't it? It really is. I think members like the principle, don't they, of the development. Obviously, we've got concerns about those obligations not being met. So it looks like hopefully we've got some suggestions in place that can deliver those, and hopefully then a deliverable scheme. David, do you want to sum anything else up at this stage?
No, thank you, Chair. I think there's obviously a lot of work that officers need to do with the applicants in terms of covering the points that members have raised. We've got some good points there to help make this a better scheme. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you everybody for your contributions to that. The applicants, I hope you'll take away some of the thoughts and comments of members, and we look forward to seeing the application in full in the new year. And that, you'll be pleased to hear, I'm sure, concludes today's business. But before you all rush off, I'd just like to say it's Pam Warburton's last panel with us today. She's been promoted. Congratulations to Pam. Do you want to put your camera on, Pam? You're one of the hard workers behind the scenes. And I'd just like to say there's lots goes on behind the scenes to get us to panel. But I think the last few months, one of the big challenges we've had is dealing with the new technology. I know Pam's been a huge contributor in the different iterations that we've had in platforms to deliver these plans panels. So I think you leave on a high and you can be very satisfied.
Thank you.
I'm sure with all the work you've done, but particularly over the last 6 months. And again, I know from Brian, he tells me that you also do some work with the district valuers and bring everybody together. The channels of communication. So again, I wasn't aware of that. So much goes on behind the scenes. Thank you and congratulations. And I'm sure you'll do great in your new role with us at Leeds City Council as well. So there's lots of clapping going up for you there.
I'm not leaving. I'm just going from east to west, west to east. I'm going to the other side of the building.
Okay, excellent.
But thank you very much, everyone.
And the final thing to say is have a great Christmas if that's going to be possible this year, and Happy New Year. And hopefully 2021 will be back to some kind of normality now that the virus is the vaccine is winging its way towards us. So all the best to everybody. And,
all the best, Chair. Don't forget you owe us mince pies.
Thank you. Next time we're back
in time.
Might not be mince pies because it might be June, but certainly some